All right. What's up, everybody? Wednesday night. It's good to be back on a Wednesday night. I think, was I traveling last week or was that the week before? I can't remember anymore. But here we are. HellaBass live on a Wednesday night. Back to the normal schedule. Good to be here. Good to see a bunch of you already in here. I see a lot of familiar faces. Daniel. Good evening, John. Tim. I think I saw Darius up in here. YouTube cuz. What's up, everybody? Good to see everybody. We will have a guest joining us really soon, hopefully. Should be all set up. We exchanged some messages via Instagram a little bit ago. So, yeah, we're definitely going to talk about baits and all kinds of stuff tonight, Anthony. So it should be good. Gravy in the house. Jeff Elliott, good to see everybody. So welcome to the live viewers on YouTube and Facebook or wherever you're watching, or if you're catching the replay, thanks for checking out the replay. And if you're part of the audio-only MP3 gang on podcast, thanks for tuning in. That is much appreciated. That's getting some good momentum as well. Awesome. So, yeah, we're back at it. And I guess a couple things to chat about while we're waiting is want to make sure we thank Arsenal Fishing for supporting the stream and the channel. And what they do, they're actually running a pretty good promo this week. I should probably pull that up. It's on my Instagram story. It's like Harris 22, and you get 22% off anything at Arsenal Fishing. I think, maybe, sounds right. I can double check that quick. What's up, Brian? Everything's good. Every day above ground's a good day. Yeah, here we go. All week during the Elite Series. Let me share this up real quick. The Arsenal is running 22% off if you use Harris 22. So that's a good time to grab some of their wacky pliers or some battle braid scissors or anything else like that. They got some good stuff. Tactical minnows for your chatterbaits. Whatever feature. I like their sun hoodies, all kinds of good stuff there. So if you've been thinking about it but never tried them out, now's a good time to grab some. Right. So we got, I feel like I got my Omnia hat on straight for you that joined and I couldn't get it straight the other night. What's up, Joe? Thanks for joining. Yeah, Jeff, I did tune into that a little bit beforehand. We actually did, like, what was it, maybe a month ago, right at the beginning of January, we did a huge Thunderhawk giveaway on this channel. So here's like one of their lipless crankbaits that it's kind of cool. It's got rotating hook hangers on it, which makes it kind of cool. It's got a couple other baits. They're square bill, but yeah, they got some cool stuff. I'm anxious to go out and throw them a little bit this spring when that finally gets here. We could fire up the bait cam quick. You guys want a little bait cam action? So there's the Thunderhawk lipless up and close. And see the rotating hook hanger. There's their square bill, which kind of has a molded in bill. The picture's not quite as good on that one because it's on the wireless, whereas my main cam is on the hard wire. But enough bait cam. Let's see here. Yes. I actually cut this one live. Was it our fantasy fishing special, was it? I think like 1 or 2 streams ago I actually cut it live with the Arsenal battle braid. Debo knew TK was coming, but he's not here yet, Debo. Hopefully he'll be here soon. What's up, Debo? Thanks for joining. This is a special treat. If Debo joins your stream and watches some YouTube, that's a big deal. That's a good question. I think he said that on the stream that he was on. That was at like December, but I don't remember. It's not something I committed to memory, but maybe there's a couple llama fans, super fans in here that will know the answer to that, Colton. Actually, maybe our special guest will know the question. We'll give him a second here. Chris says camel blue shorts, and he said, tell Chris told you. Are you ready down there, big shooter? Give you a minute. There he is.
Hey.
We were just talking about what kind of heaters Seth fires up in the boat.
Ooh.
Which is like an extension of your late night conversations last week.
Let me put my Smokies on for this.
All right.
If I were to bet, probably early in his career, I would say he was a Winston guy. Probably now, he's got to smoke the damn Camels, right?
Yeah, that's what Chris says. Camel blue short.
Probably the popular Camel back in my high school days was the Turkish Gold, but I don't think they make those anymore. I don't know. I've never seen any talk about brand loyalty to tobacco products in the fishing world, but
well, Banger here, he went to high school with Seth, so he says, was it Parliaments? Is that a misspelling, or is it
Parliaments,
but now it's Camel.
Well, I think Parliaments are really expensive. They have the recessed filter. So really,
he probably didn't pay for them in high school. He probably, because it was probably underage. You probably just
right. I was the guy that always got sent in to try and buy booze and cigarettes and dip and whatever when I was in high school, because I probably had the same beard now or then as I do now. So
nice.
All my buddies are just like, hey, just grow your beard out and like go try and buy something.
He says he called them P-Funks.
P-Funks. That's pretty good.
So ways. Yeah.
What we got in here?
But all seriously, kids, don't smoke. It's not good for you.
Yeah. This is not advocacy for
this behavior.
No.
Although TK did express that he respects people that aren't shy about smoking. And that they
I feel like a lot of those guys get a lot of shade thrown at them just because they smoke, and it doesn't make them a bad person. But I feel like there's like a weird cloud that floats around cig smokers and dippers or whatever that I understand what they need to do for television, but still, those guys are always trying to. Who did I see? It might have been Thrift at one of the classics or something. It was like in a back alleyway somewhere, like trying to like hide that he was smoking. It's like, damn it, that sucks to have to, go crawl in a dumpster somewhere so you can go smoke a cigarette at an expo or something. But
yeah,
the world we live in.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, I guess now that we're off on a tangent before we even started, so we got TK TackleKraft here. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I feel like I've watched so many of your lives on like Instagram and but we've never actually chatted before, so this is kind of interesting.
No.
I feel like we chat, but it's always like
it's in a group setting. Yeah. It's different.
Yeah.
Trying to inspect what we've got going on in your background there.
Yeah, like baits. What are you looking at? Like over here?
Over your right shoulder. Yeah.
You got one of these.
What is that? I see my sticker or my card in it. What's the bait? Oh yeah. The copper ghost.
I was actually looking for the rest of these because I actually bought 5 or 6 of these. I bought some in the purple and some in the
blue. Yeah.
And I sent one to Baitman, who's in the house, because he's got such a obsession over Chartreuse and purple. Those are my lone TK purchases.
Those were good ones. I guess you didn't take those down to Louisiana with you.
Yeah, I stuck with a little bit brighter cranks down there. The water was a little dirtier.
Yeah.
These were more designed for my up north fishing, the clear water. But
when does that start for you?
When does our fishing start up here?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's pretty damn cold right now.
Yeah, it's very frozen. People are still driving trucks on the ice. Like, yeah, you could drive a semi on the lake around my house right now and not even think twice about it.
Do you do that?
Have I driven on an ice? I don't make a
Or
habit of it. But
do you ice fish?
no.
No.
I haven't ice fished in like 20 years.
Yeah.
All right. Number 1, number 2 fans in the house watching.
Is that my wife?
Yeah. She's excited because she doesn't have to watch on her phone. She gets to see you on the big screen.
So. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, the little baby.
But to answer your question, so our season technically doesn't open here till like Mother's Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few places where we can fish, catch and release, or go over to Wisconsin when the water opens, but that's usually like very end of March to mid-April when we finally like get open water, depending on the year. Not much to actually haven't talked about anything yet, honestly.
Raining in Iowa. Raining ice.
We're living the dream up here. So speaking of, where are you from for the people watching at home?
Born and raised in Mobile, Alabama, which is the very far southern part of the state. Brackish water down here. So our biggest body of water is the Mobile Delta. You can go back on YouTube, check out some
like an EverStart championship or something like that. Back in the day.
EverStart's here. They had the M1, the first $1 million tournament that Dudley won. That was on the Mobile Delta.
Is that the one with the chainsaw?
Mm-hmm. The unfortunate part about that tournament is that there was a lot of really good, like as tough as it is and as much as it sucks here, there was a lot of really good footage that didn't necessarily air, because I went to the actual weigh-ins and stuff, and they showed at the weigh-ins footage that they had from the day's, fishing.
I think on the big screen behind the
right. And then when they put the show together, it was like the worst production that they've ever done. Yeah, there was probably like 3 fish catches, and everything else was just strictly like the weigh-in. But yeah, they didn't because like that. There's a I forget who it was, but one of those dudes. It might have been Jason Kilpatrick. He was local, but he was fishing a electric blue, solid blue jig with a solid blue like super chunk on it, flipping blue, and like you could see his jig when he would pitch it. It was like a blue light bulb. I was like, man, that looks awesome. So
very cool.
Yeah, I was scrounging around to try and, like, you go to the store and you're like, hey, I want one of those electric blue jigs, and then they don't sell any of them. So you're like, you go down the wormhole of how do I get that? I don't think
you go someplace that ties custom jigs, or you tie your own.
Yeah, I think that's what leads us all down the path of making our own stuff.
Yeah, I got like do I have my swim jig box? I used to carry some like really bright river blue. I don't know if I have. Oh yeah, right here. What's left of it?
It's just not getting
off of it.
Yeah, now it's just getting right. Now it'll really catch them. I
got something for you here. I have like this little special bait cam.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
that's nice. Yeah, that skirt is perfect right now.
Yeah,
it probably needs like one more strand of black that's like bit in half, and it'd be perfect.
There you go. So I have one that's like reasonably not. This one's kind of not. This one's a little more. A few more strands in this one, but it's been chewed on a little bit too.
Man, nothing like old flipping blue. I threw a bait back in the day, and it was made by Booyah, and it was called a Boo Bug. And they made a solid blue jig, but it was a really dark, like kind of like a navy blue almost. And I did really well on that, but I couldn't ever find that skirt material anywhere. It was like very unique to them. But I've searched. I'm still on the hunt for that Boo Bug color. I don't remember what it was called.
I got a buddy that loves that little bug jig.
Yeah, I had to start making my own because the hook kept flexing out. So I think War Eagle probably makes the best like run to your local tackle store and pick up jig, like that style finesse, weedless finesse jig.
Mm-hmm.
I really like War Eagles. Their hooks heavy enough that you could you can pitch it in a tree if you need to or whatever.
Nice. So
but
I guess you're most famous for slinging a little bit of paint on baits every now and then. That's probably what where some people know you from.
That is where I've created my little bit of
that and raiding fruit jars down the lower Alabama every now and then.
That was that's where I started, but eventually I was kind of upset about that. I was like, man, I really don't want to be like everybody wants to be the good fisherman. I didn't want to be like the has-been fisherman that was like just the bait painter, but that's what I've become. So it's okay. I've come to grips with it.
You're still young. You can make it.
Yeah, I'm still young. I've still got time to get back in the game and do a little train robbing, but we'll see.
Crinkle Gravy says, if he was going to get into painting some baits, what kind of blanks would you buy?
I would say just get on dingerbaits.com and order those, but Brian just closed up shop forever. So I honestly do not know who I would trust. Like Brian was, to me, he was the best. All his stuff, he like went through with like a fine tooth comb and made sure everything was like really well made. And he he wouldn't order everything from one person. He would like get one bait from this manufacturer and like take the best that everybody offered and like make sure it was legit. But besides him, I don't really know. I mean, you got to stay away from like W Lure and like Schultz. Those they sell really bad blanks. I'm trying to think. Predator, that dude was selling some decent stuff occasionally. There used to be a guy that sold like the 1.5 RC 1.5 blanks, and his blanks were so good. I was kind of under the impression that they were like maybe walking out the back door of wherever Lucky Crafts were made.
They weren't knockoffs. They were
that's what people would say. They're like, oh, it's a knockoff. And a lot of guys like you see on, I think those guys really hurt the industry, or the dudes that take like a really bad knockoff that's like in the taste of like a RC 1.5 and market it as like Lucky Craft 1.5. And I think that's not done anybody any favors, but this wasn't like a knockoff. Like these baits were, I'm pretty sure they were 100% Lucky Crafts. They were flawless, dude. And then they just kind of went away, but I still saved a few of them, and you can tell with the plastic. Like after you handle enough blanks, you can eventually like just look at the plastic and tell that like if it's good or not. The cheaper plastic to me is always a little shinier, and it has like a blue hue to it. It's really weird looking, but you can tell it almost immediately. And to me the best ones have always looked like they're a little frosted, or maybe like, I mean, it's hard to explain, but they're
like a little haze.
Like, yeah, a little haze. They're not like
I got a little bit of milk jug mixed in there.
Yeah. They're not like perfectly like crystal clear. I've never been a fan of the plastic that's like really like crystal clear. I always like mine to look a little. I probably have one somewhere in here, but that I could show that's that like half whatever that plastic is, or however. I feel like sometimes they get a little hot too, and that's what makes them like really like when they're trying to mass produce those things. Maybe they maybe the plastic gets a little too hot or it stays in the mold too long and they get like really glossy. I don't know. I don't pour or inject ABS plastic baits, but that's just theories of mine looking at millions of them and picking the good ones from the bad ones. Trying to think. I really don't know. I haven't bought many blanks in so long. But if they're like for personal use, oh, I'll tell you who. Phil at what's his name? Get Bit Custom Baits or something. His 1.5s are really good.
Nice.
There's another place, Cedar Run. I think they have they have two 1.5s that are like, they have like a crappy version and then they have like a high quality version. I don't know how good the high quality version is, but Phil's at Get Bits is a good bait. And they're not, like I said, they're not. Some people will have some baits, like one model that they stock that's like a good one, and then they'll have like three other ones that suck. You just kind of got to weed through and figure out who's got what you like. But it's not that hard to usually distinguish.
Yeah. Well, Ron made it. Good buddy Ron. He got on his Facebook. He got it all. His internet connected. He finally got himself out of a tree stand, and he's here. And we'll be talking probably custom baits, painting baits, maybe making your own baits, just bass fishing in general. What kind of smokes, spider smokes? I mean, whatever. I don't know. A little bit of everything. We do got a super chat. Thanks, KCT Fishing. That's awesome. Much appreciated.
Is that Casey tell us?
A glove as a can koozie?
Yes. I only cool my beverages with Stormer neoprene gloves. It's the best.
You can't have like it's got to be a utilitarian thing. You can't. I mean, like what am I going to do with just a can koozie when I'm not using it? Whereas it's got so many purposes, right? Like
sure. Yeah, I mean, that only makes sense, right? What else do you do with a neoprene glove? You don't wear it.
Not where you live.
No. Beer koozie.
Maybe use it to like turn a wrench on a car if it's like I don't know.
I don't know. Do you have a rain gear that you're married to?
I mean, I got a set of Shimano gear that serves me pretty well, but it's probably going on 5+ years now, so I might be having to get something new, or I might have to at least like wash it with that like refresher stuff or something. You're supposed to be able to like treat it in your wash machine and like it renews it. But I'm not like, I haven't tried them all. I can't say that I've like, Travis goes on his rants about, oh, I've done this one and I've used this one and this one, and I don't like. But
that's what I've always had. I've always been that guy that was in search for the perfect rain suit. And in my years and years and years of buying rain suits, I finally realized that there is no perfect rain suit. The thing to do is to buy whatever's decent and wear it for like a year and then throw it in the trash and get another one. Because that's about, I mean, you can stretch them out and like, you know what I mean? Like if you're wearing one a bunch, but if you're a guy that wears it like 3 times a year, it'll probably last you a couple years. But if you're a dude that's wearing it 2 times a weekend, or during the winter, because I would always wear mine like just when it was cold, and I'd buy like North Face stuff, and it'd start leaking after about a year, and I just throw it in the garbage and get another one. And that actually worked pretty good because you were always in like a fresh rain suit and you didn't have to worry about your stuff messing up. But I'm trying my newest acquisition is a Kuiu.
A what?
Kuiu? Yeah, it's a hunting brand, but they're very like they're kind of cork sniffery. Like they tailor to like the guys that are up on mountains chasing goats and stuff, not like your, you know what I mean? They're not like your average deer hunter stuff. So I talked to a guy and he hunts for a living, and he doesn't hunt for a living in the sense that he's like a white-tailed deer hunter that like films for TV. He's like a contract killer for like animals that are overpopulated, and like he travels around the world and does it. So he's like, dude, this is what I use, and he's like, I'm out and stuff like 7 days a week. So we'll see what happens.
Is my one of my fishing partners, Michael? He says, "Get the Carhartts, just make the pockets or zip," because we were running across Leech Lake in a blinding snow or rainstorm last year, the year before, and I was a little bit wet, but it was more so it wasn't just because like it didn't quite get like everything bundled up, and we were like going 30-40 and right, it just like pushes its way in everywhere, right? And he's like laughing at me, and I turn back and he's laughing at me, and I look at him and his pockets are like full of water. They're like, oh, I guess that wasn't so funny, was it?
That's the worst. That is the worst. I'm trying to think what other. I did have the. Is it? I've always pronounced it Stormer. Is it Stormer? I've heard other people say Stormar.
I would say Stormer, but
I always thought it was Stormer. But I had their neoprene jacket. It wasn't their full neoprene. It was like the one in between that was like half. It had like the neoprene arms and Gore-Tex chest. That was a really, really, really awesome jacket. Except you can only wear it when it's freezing cold because there's no ventilation and you'll sweat to death. But it's also nice because you don't have to layer up so heavy in the wintertime. You can just put like this t-shirt on and that jacket and you'll be pretty damn warm.
West Coast Hunter, I would go 745. That's my choice. I flip all kinds of half-ounce jigs on the 745.
Hefty contractor bags, those do work. That's what my fishing partner did one day.
That even takes your theory even further, right? Instead of just a rain suit for a year, it's a rain suit for a day, and then you throw it away.
Exactly. Works every time. Then you just need a roll of duct tape.
Works every time, 60% of the time.
That's right. That's right. The wife did ruin my jacket. She washed it and the arms fell off. True story.
Yes, this is the hat I got just a week or two ago. Here's the part that we took off during the last live stream.
Oh, you did a live yarmulke?
Yep.
How to make a yarmulke?
Still available. Anybody, if they really want this and wants to have a custom yarmulke, I will send it to them. Just got to send me your address and Instagram. Colton wants to know, what hook do you use for flipping jigs?
Ooh, good question.
Because you pour your own flipping jigs, right?
I do. I don't know if I have one here. It's
within arm's reach. You've got one. It's just a matter whether it's like within.
Yeah, you'd have to listen to my chair squeak, which can get annoying. Let's see. Hold on one second. I don't need it. It's the I pour the Do It S jig, and the hook I used was it was a 35 degree, I believe, Gamakatsu. And the interesting thing about this Gamakatsu was I was buying it on eBay, and this was probably 10 years ago. And I would buy these things for like, I don't know, they were cheap at the time. They were like 50 cents a hook. And so I'd buy like 100 pack for $50 or whatever. And I looked and I was like, man, I'd really like to buy like 1,000 count of this hook. So I started looking in like the Gamakatsu catalog to see if I could buy directly from them. The hook didn't show up anywhere. Like you could Google the number on the hook and it didn't show up anywhere. And I was like, well, maybe this is a JDM hook. So I've somehow like found the Japanese Gamakatsu site and like Google translated it to see if I could find it in the JDM catalog. It's not there. So I was talking to somebody, and they were like, "You know what hook that is?" And I was like, "I don't have a clue. I'd love to know." And they're like, "That hook's stolen from Gary Yamamoto."
Hmm.
I was like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Yamamoto had that hook made. Like, that's his design, and he had a special run made from Gamakatsu. And there's like, you know, 20,000 of those hooks or something, or 50,000. I forget how many he had made. Um, but they got, he never got them. They got stolen. Something happened where those jigs just kind of made it out into the world. And I went to buy some more and they were gone. And I was like, well, I'm not gonna, like, I can't just get on a catalog and but that I use that hook in my swim jig. I use that hook in my like pitching jig. I use that hook for everything. And I was really disappointed to find out, because I wanted, when I came out with this swim jig, I wanted that hook in it. So, and I started thinking about it. I was like, man, I can't, like, that's not going to work because I can't get enough of them. Right. And even if I could, like, I could have probably done like one or two runs of them, and then my hook, stash would have run out.
And then you wouldn't be able to get high on your own supply anymore. So then that wouldn't work.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked. So I was, I've still got a few of those hooks, like I got a pretty decent little bag of them. They might be out there still, but I haven't looked in a while. But yeah, it was a great hook, and I don't know. Like, the thing about it is, I wasn't married. I wanted my jig I swam from the get go was an Oldham's jig made by Terry Oldham out there right outside of Austin, and Oldham had a great pitching jig, grass jig, whatever. Had a really heavy Gamakatsu in it, and I was a total idiot because I thought this whole time, I didn't know it was a 60-degree hook. And I was looking at the jig and I was like, there's no way that's 60 degrees. So I looked everywhere for this hook, and that Yamamoto hook was the closest thing I could find. So I started using it because I couldn't find what I thought was the Oldham's hook, but you can buy the Oldham's hook all day, because I eventually melted one down and like looked at it and I was like, oh, this is a 60-degree Gamakatsu. So yeah, that was what sent me down that wormhole. TK, you can still get them on eBay. That's good to know. That's good to know.
We got Marty Burns checking in. He's got Balsa royalty here.
Is he sanding tonight?
He says he builds cranks when it's raining rather than go fishing.
Yeah, that's probably a smart move. Well, that's good to know. You can still ooh, bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker. It makes me too hot. It's too hot down here already. I don't need to sweat anymore. If it's like cold and I have to be like outside, I'll take a little brown water, but not unless I'm real cold. But
nice. Let's see here.
I thought Marty asked, can I paint something natural or bright?
Well, somebody was saying something, but there was another question about like, what was it? Is TK a natural color guy or a bright color? What gets more bites?
Yeah, it's all on the day. It's really weird. Like there is a really small window that seems like a really, really natural bluegill imitating crankbait will seemingly get bites when there is no crankbait bite. Like post spawn, kind of there was a small window out in Austin where it was in the summer, and then on Town Lake there was these little sandbars that would that were from runoffs of like just off the bank from the
little
city.
creeks, little inlets,
Yeah,
little
just
culverts, and
just culverts and stuff, and they would get sediment like sand would collect at the mouth of them, and you could pull up there and like if you're going down the bank, you could see them like glowing off the bank like that high spot, and bluegill would get around the edge of them and just cruise for a couple weeks in the summer, and I fished everything like trying to get those fish to fire, and I happened to just be going up the bank with a bluegill, like a really kind of hardcore painted natural looking bluegill, and that was what I ended up starting to catch them on, and I took that same bait to Decker Lake. So Decker's covered in grass like milfoil and hydrilla and stuff, and there's the banks are lined with these reeds, and then there's like a gap of like slick water there where nothing grows. That's probably like 4 feet wide, and then all the grass like goes out into the lake. Well, I was going down throwing my crankbait in that little slick spot, and I saw this fish. It was about a 3-pounder, and I actually have this GoPro clip of this. If anybody doesn't believe it's real, it happened. But I see this 3-pounder just like sitting there. And typically, if you see a fish, your first bait to throw at them is not going to be a crankbait, especially when they're like sitting still. But that's what I had in my hand, and I was like, all right. So I whizzed it over there in front of him and reeled it down. And that dude shot over there and just bit it. I eased into it. And I guess throwing around all those reeds, my line had gotten nicked up, and my line broke. I was like, that's weird. Well, I'm looking, and the fish like shake. I'm watching the fish swim off with my bait, and he shakes his head and he goes, "Bleh," and the bait floats up. And I was like, oh, sweet, I'll go get my bait back. Well, the fish turns around and does a U-turn and looks straight up at the bait and blasts it. And I was like, oh, I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. So you can see me in the video, like watching. And then I like make a real like aggressive turn with the boat to like get towards the fish, because I was trying to get my bait back. And the fish hit it once. And then when I was on my way over there, hit it again. And I was trying to like slap the water with my rod to run the fish off so he didn't like hook himself and run off with the bait again. But I mean, to me, I was under the impression that fish thought that bait was real. I mean, I couldn't see a fish trying to eat something like 3 or 4 times in that clear of water. So that got me thinking. I was like, man, that's a pretty interesting little experiment there. So the bluegills seem to me, I've had the most experience on like a really natural looking bluegill making a difference. Like can't speak for the crawls as much. I can say that I've seen it in shads. When I first got started painting is during the sexy shad era, which hell, we might still be in it, but it's when sexy shad first came out, and that's what everybody was throwing. And sexy shad works. I mean, everybody knows it. It was really, really, for whatever reason. I mean, Lucky Craft had Chartreuse shad, and Bandit had a Chartreuse shad kind of before Strike King did their thing, but nobody can argue that it didn't work. Like maybe it worked because everybody in the country was throwing it, I don't know. I mean, I felt like it was a really good color that made got bites that seemingly other baits didn't. But uh, I think because so many people were throwing it, uh, my fish that I was fishing around kind of got used to it. So that's when I started painting, and I was like honing my skills to where I was getting pretty decent, and I could make something look a little bit like what I wanted to, and so I started my whole thing was I wanted a bait that looked kind of sexy shadish, but looked more natural. So this was like the first one I did that was, you won't be able to see it that well, but I mean it's real subtle, subdued kind of stuff, but it's got a lot of you can't see the colors in
It's
the
hard. The
face, but
chartreuse is so muted; it's hard to pick up.
yeah, it's not a lot. But I took that bait and I started fishing around the same places that I was throwing the sexy shed stuff and not getting bit. And this thing started getting bit. And I was like, well, maybe there's something to this. So I actually had a guy uh, that I'd given one of these to, or this color. I'd painted a bait or two for him. He called me and he said, I want to buy that color. I was like, all right, what bait you want? He's like, no, I want to buy.
I want to trademark it. I want to own it.
Yeah, he said, I want.
I want to buy the licensing for it.
That.
Basically,
He said, I want to own that color. What does it cost? I was like, what do you mean you want to own the color? He said, I don't want you to paint that color for anybody but me. What does that cost? I was like, I can't do that. That's like my damn best color. You know what I mean? Like, uh, that's all I've got. Because I was so new at it. Like I couldn't. That was like my trademark at the time. So I was like, I can't sell you like my only badass color.
it's like a band with one hit song, and they're like, "I want to buy that song."
Yeah, it's like then what do you do? Yeah, you can't tour or ever play. I'm trying to think of a good one hit wonder. There's a lot. Hmm.
All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, the 1.5 DD is it is a fish snatcher. That thing will get bit.
So Littell, I mean, I think a lot of people have this question: is like, how much does custom paint help?
None if you're like you just like throw in white and black stuff. Just throw white and black stuff. Right?
You're saying solid colors versus like, but I'm saying is like, so I think his real question is right. Like, you buy an off the shelf bluegill versus a custom bluegill versus a custom crawd. Is it more? Is it confidence for the angler?
I think that's a huge part. I know that is for me because I look at baits, and that's the whole thing as to why I got started painting. Like for instance, like back in the day, if you wanted like a bluegill from whoever, that's what it looked like. You know what I mean? It was like it didn't look anything like a bluegill, and I was like, this is dumb. And you'd read on the package, it'd be like summer gill. I'm like, this is this is not a bluegill. That's not what a bluegill looks like. If I'm trying to catch a fish that's eating bluegill, why don't I make it look like a bluegill? But I always wanted. I had something in mind that looked better than what was on the store shelves, and and in my experience, I wanted, if I'm gonna, like I said, if I'm gonna match the hatch of something or want to catch a fish that's eating shad, I want it to look as real as I can, or look at least interesting. So I think confidence has a ton to do with it, and it's not like it's a different kind of confidence. It's like I have, if I'm fishing down the bank or if I'm like starting my day and I look down and something's not right. You know what I mean? Like if I'm wanting to fish like bluegill beds or something, and I look down and I've got like some really, really like lame looking bluegill, like there's something in the back of my mind that's like negative. You know what I mean? Even if it's not in your like forefront, there's like that's bothering me internally that that bait like doesn't look right. So if I can look down and everything's like I want it, and like I want it, meaning I think that's like the tool for the job. Uh, that makes me happy and that makes me fish better because I'm not sitting there thinking, damn, this thing looks stupid. And like, but some guys that never, that thought never crosses their mind. Like, you know what I mean? Like some guys see this and they're like, dude, that's the best looking bluegill I've ever seen in my life. And that's fine. That's just them. But, and it works for them. But, uh, I think I don't know. And I'm a pretty simple, like I'm a simpleton when it comes to fishing, with the exception of colors. I get kind of nerdy at times. Like I could probably, but that I mean, and it was before I even painted too. Like there was just some days you'd get on the water and you'd look at the water and you're like, you know what? It's kind of green, but chartreuse is too bright, and white's not bright enough. I need like a hybrid. And you know what I mean? You can't you really just need to like just paint, and then you can be able to like match those like urges you have. And I mean, hell, I've gotten to the point now that I think 98% of my stuff I throw is all painted now.
Sure.
But that's like I said, that's just where I've you that the water clarity thing was what really kind of kept me up at night, because I would have like X amount of baits in my box, and then I'd get out there and I'd look at the water. I'm like, nothing fits. You know what I mean? Like I could have made something if I would have had an airbrush on the boat, but like it bothered me when I would have something in my mind that I wanted to fish, but I didn't have it. So you try to narrow all that kind of stuff down, but it's a tangled web.
Yeah. But I think, like Brian's point, I think the market has shifted, right? There are companies that are pushing their limits now and putting, like Sixth Sense has made a lot of nice colors. And I mean, other companies are, it's not necessarily to the level of a custom painter, but they're approaching that much more than they were years ago, for sure.
Sure. And it's, to me, it's what makes fishing fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That is the thing that was really, like, I don't know if it's the same, like a custom painted bait has the same appeal as it did 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But when I was growing up, like if you heard some dude had like a custom painted crankbait, you're like, oh, who is this pro? You know what I mean? Because that was like not a thing that like normal people had. And now every you can throw a rock and hit 10 painters in the head wherever you live, and which are all not good, but there's somebody around you painting baits in their garage. um, but early on it was like it was a privilege to like have a custom painted bait. And it was an exciting time back then. Could do that.
And then you just like, well, it's hot enough where you live, they'd probably dry pretty quick. And if not, you just fire up and run around the lake and
Yeah, I could actually talked about that with Eric.
see the guys from Jig Squad. I saw Clark Ream stopped in. Let's see here. What's the coldest tourney you fished on the Mobile?
Oh,
like morning blast off cold. Is it like below 30?
I honestly don't fish in Mobile that much. I've fished probably 2 tournaments here in my life. I typically, when I was in middle school, so it's about 12, I would fish down here, and I never could get the hang of the tides. So I asked my dad, I was like, how far north do we have to drive to get away from the tides? And he was like, probably like a couple hours to Alabama River at Miller's Ferry. I was like, can we go there? He was like, yeah. It's like, all right, let's go there. And that's when I started. Really getting hardcore into going. But I had to drive 2 hours. And then I went off to college, and the coldest tournament I ever remember was at Lake Mitchell, and I want to say it was 22 that morning, and it was in November, I think. And I'm always like never early at blast off, but for whatever reason, I guess everybody knew it was going to be 22 degrees, and we were the only assholes that showed up like at normal time. So we pulled down the boat ramp and there's nobody there, and we launched the boat. And when we pulled water up, it turned to ice, and everybody that came after started like sliding into the water and like freaking out, and they were trying to get the thing salted and all this stuff. And
your truck, once they hit the water, it's fine.
Oh yeah,
it's scary.
Did you see that dude at Gunnersville that floated his truck out there in the lake at Goose Pond
recently?
Yeah, like a couple weeks ago. His boat sunk, and it was still hooked up to the trailer. Truck slid in, the whole thing.
Was it ice, or did he just like back in? Like
I think it was ice. But yeah, the boat was out there floating the trailer. So if you're looking at the boat ramp like this, the whole rig like flipped to where the boat or the truck was in deep water and the boat was like pointing the other way. It was weird.
He must have had some momentum on his side.
Yeah, something was going on. It seemed a little suspect.
Because I've slid down a frozen ramp in January in Minnesota on the river, but when my truck tires hit the water's edge, they caught traction. And
yeah, usually I would think it would grab, but I don't have a lot of experience with it. But my that was the first day I've ever experienced my guides freezing after casting. It was a odd experience.
It's fun.
Yeah, I didn't like it. But
Clark wants to know what are a couple of painters out there that you respect most?
Ooh, the guy that I really
besides AJ.
Besides AJ, I would say the dude I really looked up to the most growing up was John Pryor.
Did he go by that, or did he have like a name?
Went by Ace in the Hole.
Okay.
Dude, John was the king. I called him to myself the king of clean, because I don't know, his paint all had depth, and his clear coat was thick and lush, and like all his colors popped, and he knew how to take photographs too. Like his photographs were good. But I just loved John's style. And it was that there was a like the Tim Hughes, like Dale Sellers time period where those guys were like the kings. It's in that same kind of styling of like the hot rod kind of crankbait. It wasn't, nothing was like heavy detail like stuff is now. But that was my favorite like kind of paint.
That was your favorite genre?
That was my favorite genre of paint.
It was like the renaissance of custom.
It was. Yeah, and then you had like Casey from Sixth Sense, and you had John was in that still painting at that time, and you had Rob Jordan over there at Extreme Lure Creations. He's over in Georgia. He fished pro for a while in the FLW. Let's see. Trying to think who else. Bill
Marty
Barton.
mentioned Dwayne Beatty.
Dwayne Brady is he is a bait painting machine.
I think this is a Beatty.
Looks to be maybe. Yeah.
See it on the bottom there, Beatty.
Yeah, his Beatty sheds got ripped off so many times it's sickening. Which I feel bad for him because that was like his signature color, but it's I've seen so many people hijack his color, but yeah, Dwayne is a I respect Dwayne in a different way than like John. I looked up to Dwayne and his ability to paint volume, because that guy, like back in the day, he'd post a picture of like, a couple hundred baits that he was painting, and to me that was like completely unattainable. It's like, how do you even paint that many baits? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that was I looked up to him in that sense. Rob Jordan was great. Bill Barton's great. And Rob's still painting a little bit. Bill paints, and John. Of course, Casey. He was awesome. But it was fun to watch. Like before I started painting, it was really, really fun to watch like the eBay wars, because Casey would put up a bait and then like John would put up a bait, and those dudes were selling like magic swimmers for like $100 a piece, like as fast as they could paint them. And you could paint a Lucky Craft, and Casey'd sell it for $60 or whatever. Like it was insane. It was the custom painting gold rush. And then everybody said, "Damn, they're selling baits for $50. I can do that." And then it went down the toilet. But
I got a few people asking about when are new shirts coming.
As soon as my wife prints them. So is it
more of the same shirts, or you got some new designs coming up?
No, I have new designs. So I've just got to get them. We just got to get the screens burned and
get them screen printed in the USA.
In the USA, in house, in here by my wife. But I know Clark's a big Dwayne Brady fan. He had a custom color by Dwayne. Clark's Gill.
So there's
or was it Ream Gill?
Something like that. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that. I paid attention to that. Like I would study that stuff, dude.
For the Ned fans out there.
What a great shirt. I've got one over here. It's a previously worn.
It looks like you can still get 4XL, 2XL, and extra large. Is that true?
Yeah, we might actually have a few. I don't know if I have any extra larges, but I know we got the big boys. The big boys.
So if you guys are thick.
If anybody's thick and hates throwing Ned rigs like me.
Well, Amy says it's not her. It's when you finish the glide bait that they're coming out.
Oh.
Well.
Yeah, there it is.
It was Ream Gill.
Ream Gill, that's right.
I remember. I don't know if I ever bought one of those, but I remember seeing them for sure.
Next question. Clark, when was the last time you threw a Ream Gill? Be honest. Man, oh man. I wonder what Dwayne's up to these days.
He's busy. He's taking people's money in kayaks, I think.
Is he a really good kayak angler?
I see a lot of it, like most of his social now. I feel like he's posting about kayak tournaments, but he does. He holds his own for sure, I think.
That's good. I guess he. I've got. He did the painting for a company called Basscraft. They were very innovative in the balsa wood fishing lure realm, because I want to say they were one of the earliest to uh, facilitate a CNC machine.
Hmm.
So they would CNC their bodies and make them in two halves and then put them together. And the guy would he would cut all of his own bills. He had like his company, like I said, Basscraft on the bill. Like he was really like innovative and like ahead of his time. And Dwayne painted all those. And I've got a handful of them over there. Really cool baits. But I ended up talking to the guy on Facebook because I wanted to buy a couple of his baits, and he said he sold the business. I was like, okay, and he said I've still got the Facebook account. He said they didn't want that, like they never like took the information from it, so it's still like logged on my phone. And he said it's really unfortunate because they bought the business and they never sold a bait. And I was like, that is weird. And he said, if I would have known they had no intentions of ever selling a bait, I never would have sold it. And I thought to myself, what kind of guy would buy a balsa wood crankbait company and never make a balsa crankbait? And then I heard from another gentleman, they said, you know who used to buy up all these little mom and pop balsa companies? I said, who? I said, Ed Chambers. I said, really? I said, I bet Ed bought Basscraft. And he
was like the pioneer to what's the marine company? The Whitewater Marine or White, where they just buy Legend and make it go away.
Yeah.
And they make it go away, and then they buy Champion and make it go away.
And Ed could afford it. And speaking of painters, Ed's one of my favorite, probably my favorite painters. Like his consistency is really, and I look up to Ed's eye dotting abilities. That's my favorite thing about what Ed does is his ability to consistently dot perfect eyes.
I have two head baits.
Oh yeah, the bull brim. Beautiful. How the eyes look. Classic.
But how about this one?
Ooh, who's it signed by? Kevin Short. That's awesome. How would one acquire that?
So back when fantasy fishing was like all the rage the first time, there was a
Hulk Hogan era.
Like around that same time, there was like an independent fantasy fishing league company that like popped up, and you had to pay like $10 or $20 to get in.
You better pay me $20, brother, or I'm gonna break your neck.
So it wasn't the FLW. It was they were running an independent website, and it was like $20 to get in, and then like they gave away. I won like a rod and a reel. I won a few. I mean, there wasn't. The thing is, there was like a few dozen people playing, and they had all these prizes lined up, and one of them was from was his company called Pinky Baits at the time, or Pink something,
something like
and
that.
He gave away a couple of WECs, and one of them he signed, and I won in that. So that's one of my
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What was the name of his store?
It was Pinks or Pinky or something.
I can't
something
remember.
like that. Peepers. There we go.
Peepers. That's what it was.
It's a good thing Clark's here. What would we do without him?
Yeah. He actually put some WECs up not too long ago. I guess he was needed a little cash infusion, so he did a little secondary run.
So I've had a few people ask, what does TK charge for a standard crankbait paint job?
It depends. Most stuff starts at about $15.
He's asking like a Rayburn Red or something straightforward.
Yeah, about $15. I've typically gotten away from doing onesies and twosies because I can't keep up with it.
Yeah. So you like to have a handful of baits and then knock them
Yeah,
all
it
out.
needs to be a pretty significant volume that I can like sit down and do. Because otherwise I get real confused and it's too many like ones and twos and I lose track and it's not efficient for me to do it. So that's why I usually try and like order a bunch of blanks and just paint them up in whatever colors I'd come up with and just put them on the website to hopefully that everybody can
And then guys like me buy them when you do that.
yeah, I mean, but I try and do when I'm sitting out there trying to pick colors, I sit there and I think, I want to touch on everybody's like interests and
Aw, thanks.
I mean because when people shop, I mean, I want that guy that like wants like the old bandit colors. I want to like because I did that in that last run. I did the khaki color. That's one of Bandit's best pre-spawn colors down here. So I want to like hit on those guys that have a little bit of nostalgia, and then you got to throw like a couple wild ones in there for the guys that want to get outside the box and try something new, and then you need something that's like kind of a staple. And there's like a method to my madness on when I choose colors.
So do you have like a top selling color, or is it like or is it like gill's more popular, or craw or shad, or like...
It depends on what I'm doing, honestly. Crawls do pretty well. But when I first like started doing like really like my best like bluegill work, where I was like had like the really detailed fine exacto cut stencil, those sold incredibly well. And then I went to I got happy with where my bluegill was, and I was like, this is kind of what I saw in my mind. I'd like to I feel like my crawl's kind of slacking, so I need to step up my crawl to like match my bluegill. And then when I like got my crawl right, it sold really well. But I'm trying to think over the course of history, what do I have the most request for? It's a good question. It's usually, I feel like I probably paint more crawls than anything now. Usually if somebody wants something painted now, it's crawls. I get it's usually crawls, then bluegills, then shads last. For whatever reason. I have to think back. I need to look at my Instagram, and I could probably tell you because I feel like I'm missing like a big one.
Dax wants to know: are we ever going to have another run of 3-Huck mod spooks?
That's the only one I got left. But
only one.
I've got to acquire those.
So you basically you took old 2-hook spooks and made them into 3-hook spooks.
Yeah, sanded them down, got all the finish off of them.
I remember when you did that, I literally fire saled a bunch of old spooks on eBay like days before I saw you do that.
I wish I would have known. But yeah, you got to get all the paint off of them and seal all the holes up and re-drill holes and get them all pretty. But you got to get the ones with the butyrate that are that bone color.
Yeah, I need to put a rear hook back in this one.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, I'm just lazy.
Do you have it?
Part of my problem is I finally put them all in my tackle box.
That's where they belong.
I'm such a vixen guy that I rarely ever get to these.
Oh, you like vixens?
Yeah.
How much?
Like how much? Like.
And those aren't KOs.
I like them a lot, but I also have quite a few of them. Here's the other thing: is
You prefer the insert?
Doesn't matter. I would just want them bone.
Oh, you're a bone guy. That would be a waste on these.
That's right. It's like, yeah. I mean, it would be really cool to have like a custom TK bone, but like, is it going to get any bit better than just the bone? Probably not.
One of my bones pretty good, dude.
Huh?
I said my bone's pretty good.
Yeah.
I do get funny requests like that though from time to time, where a guy will send me an inquiry and be like, "Hey, dude, can you paint bone?" Possibly. To look at my recipe book, and that is the most questioned color in the whole painting world. So if you're on anything that has to deal with fishing lure painting, there's probably going to be somebody daily that's going to say, "Anybody got a good recipe for bone?" And it's been that way for years, dude. Like since I started painting, people have been looking for the secret sauce for bone. And pretty
maybe someday.
I actually did a where are they? They're over here on my plate, but I did some ghost bones.
I'm listening.
Let's see, I'll grab them. They're actually pretty cool looking.
Ways? I think you're probably going to see the Bass Cat listed on Basketball Marketplace pretty soon. There's a pretty good chance of that happening. I'll tell you that much.
They're not bone in the truest sense, but they do have bone characteristics. But I got this old lot of Storm Thunder sticks, and I didn't really know what to do with them. So I painted them I just took bone paint and just watered it down to where it was real thin and put a little.
It's almost got like a Tennessee shad back on it.
Yeah, it's got a little kind of brown. It looks like a blueback herring almost, but I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. But I was so confident in my color palette. I painted 3 of them, so we'll see if they make it to the show one day. We'll see if they make it to the show.
Keep your mind out of the gutter, Stephanie. Come on now. Let's see here. Let's see. There's a little gill action.
Yeah, that was one of my. I kept that one for myself for whatever reason. I guess I just liked it. I have a bunch of those, but not a bunch, but. There's a blue crab I have for down here.
Blue crab's really big up here in Minnesota.
I'm sure they all have a nice.
They walk up the Mississippi River the whole way.
They'll probably have a good hatch coming up this spring.
Is this the glide that? Let's see here. Is this what Mr. Ream is talking about? Is this the Tattle Glide? Is that what this is?
The one below that Hinkle is.
This one. Okay, that's the Tattle. He wants to know what that color is called.
That color doesn't have a name.
Yeah. So TK, he like does things and then he kind of moves on and does new things and doesn't always like. He talks about it on Instagram Live all the time. He's like, the worst thing that happens is like somebody scrolls back 6 months or 2 years and goes, "I want you to paint that one."
Yeah, it's really the what I struggle with the most. I had a really bad time with that today. I had a guy send me 10 swim baits, and he just picked all these colors from like years back, and he's like, "This is what I want," and like I don't know what I'm I change like the way I paint and how I paint, what I'm using, the paint, like everything about what I do is never the same. So I'm not the guy that has a 25 color chart that says, hey, look at these and choose from them, and that's the only colors I paint. I just paint. So uh, send me a reference photo. Some guy says, hey, I want a baby bass. I might have posted 50 baby bass paint jobs on my page, but none of them are the same. If you, it's gotten to the point now where, uh, a guy says, I want a gizzard shad. It's like, well, send me a picture of a actual gizzard shad you want it to look like, and I'll just paint from that. It's a lot easier to do that than to try and like reverse engineer myself. Those are cool.
I was this close to buying a set of those before I went to Watchtower River.
Those red ones were. I wish.
Luckily, what helps me is that I tend to think about it, and then usually by the time I think about it, they're sold out.
Yeah, those were good. Those were good.
So I highly recommend, even if you guys don't intend to buy any custom crankbaits, I would go follow his Instagram and Facebook page just for the bait porn.
Plenty of that. Plenty of that. I'm trying to think what else cool has been going on in the bait painting world. I haven't really seen much. There's a DRT I did. That was fun.
This one?
That Chartreuse bass.
I'm not big. I don't know all the swim baits by names. That's a gap in my wheelhouse. I don't pay attention to all the big glides and all that kind of stuff. But
Shimano VR, those are cool. That's probably one of my favorite lipless bait designs ever made.
Let's check back the questions here. Clark asked earlier, I think you do swim baits, you charge by the inch, I think, right?
I've gotten away from that. I just everything's pretty much just about $50.
Okay.
Because by the time I like do this and do that, like it's all the same. Sure. You know what I mean? For like what
it's
I'm
not
doing.
like it's taxidermy, right? You're not.
No, like it's like I started charging by the inch, and I'm like, it takes me the same amount of time to paint a 6-inch bait as it does a 4.5-inch bait.
It doesn't, or sand a 4-inch bait.
Right. Like it's all the same. Like, so I'm not like, that's stupid. So
it's all about putting the eyes back on and like the finish work.
It's not really the painting. It's all the prep that goes into it to get it ready to paint. And then like you said, putting the eyes in them, putting the tails in them, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Daniel, it's not that TK doesn't work on putting stuff up, is that when he puts stuff up, it doesn't stay there very long. That's kind of the limiting factor.
Yeah, I've kind of I mean, I'm okay with it. But I think you have to do one or the other. You either do repaints or you try and paint crankbaits and sell them on your website. But it's such a grinder industry.
Mm-hmm.
You almost have to do both. Like I don't feel like I don't want to be that guy that just like sits in there and tries to paint 600 crankbaits a week and then go sell them. You know what I mean? I'd rather.
That's right. I mean, part of it's like what makes you happy, right? I think you enjoy a little bit of both, right? So it's like you're filling your needs, right, by doing different projects.
Oh, for sure. And that's the other thing is when, I paint all day for my job, but on the weekends and stuff, or like late at night or like in the afternoons, that like I'll paint for fun. That's what I enjoy doing, is like getting all of my work done that I have responsibilities of like painting other people's baits. I like getting all of that stuff done and like clearing my mind of it, and then just going and painting whatever I want to. Because now I don't get to pick hardly anymore. You know what I mean? Like people are always telling me what to paint. even if, you know, and I'm looking at the bait the whole time going, this is the wrong paint job for this. Like this doesn't, but I don't, you know, I can't make up everybody's mind for them. So, um, but when I'm not painting, I do enjoy painting. And then I'll go home and like watch a guy paint a car on YouTube. Like I just like painting. So,
Nick says he just checked out a bunch of your stuff. He says best gills he's ever seen.
thank you. I would say my gill is pretty strong.
All right, so that like hold that up for a second. So that's actually your custom gill, right?
Yeah, this is the bait I make.
It's the native gill, is that right?
The native gill is the name, but
so he does do batches of those that he lets out every so often.
and the hooks don't come turned in like this. That's from testing. But yeah,
So that is you would say that is that a glide?
Yeah, it's actually not a typical glide. The way the joints and stuff are set up, it's not. It wasn't. I didn't want it to be like the peak of its glide abilities, because down here we don't have clear water.
Right. So it's not. It's more of a cover glide. It's a type
right.
glide.
It's that's what I called it, was a cover glide, because it's not wide gliding, like floating around is not really important to me here. I'm usually always throwing at something. So I need to work it around a tree or a stump.
It's a cypress glide.
Right. Cypress glide would be a great name for it. So, it doesn't do me any good to like hit the bait with a real twitch and it like shoot off 12 inches. I wanted it to stay in a zone. So that was what so if you get one, when I put some up, I did do this last batch to glide a little more. The previous batch I sold, they glided a little wider, but not much. But I liked it. Like I said, it's meant to be walked around a cypress tree or like a target.
I believe they're 150. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or 2 for 300, if you want bulk pricing.
Yeah, 2 for 300. But I've been doing it. I did the last one with a T-shirt. I'll probably do this next batch with a T-shirt too. So.
You know what you need to do with an NFT? That's all the rage.
Yeah, I don't even know what those are, but I keep hearing about them. It's really confusing.
Come on, Amy, get on that. You got to start producing those NFTs to go along with the glides.
That's what she was talking about. Somebody mining Bitcoin. I was like, that makes my head hurt. Like I don't even want to think about like trying to understand that. I'm like a caveman over here.
Nice. But yeah, so I mean, and I think a lot of people think like this stuff sounds expensive, but like this stuff is truly like handmade, custom. There is a lot of equity that goes into these baits, so they're not.
It is expensive.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. So, if you're a car enthusiast, you can buy whatever car fits your taste. If you're a crankbait enthusiast, you can buy whatever crankbait fits your taste. And that's part of it. If you want to pay $4 and have somebody paint your baits, there's certainly guys out there that'll do it for $4, but they're not me. So,
yeah. And I guess for people that are interested, like I would say the best thing is to like follow them on Instagram, follow them on Facebook. Is there a place to submit your email on the website?
Right? Yeah, for sure.
So typically he doesn't do like drops, but usually he'll put something up and then he'll post a story or a post and then send out an email and say, hey, there's some special stuff up on the website, and then you got about less than an hour to grab it, and then
usually it's it goes pretty fast, which it's exciting. It's fun to watch, and I'm very appreciative and excited when it happens. Like, I'm not some pompous douche that sits around like, oh, my shit's gonna sell it. Like, it's good for me and my family when stuff sells. Like we're excited about it because
Mhm.
you know I need to sell stuff. I don't need to sit on it. That's what that was what I've struggled with early on was I was trying to appeal to everybody, and there was always going to be those guys that no matter how good I painted, it was always going to be worth $6 to them.
Right.
It was going to be worth what they could buy a crankbait at Walmart for. No matter how good I painted it, didn't matter. It was a crankbait and it's worth $6. So when I first tried to like sell some stuff, I was trying to appeal to everybody. You know, I'd try to paint my like high end stuff for like those guys, and then I'd try and sell like some like $8 crankbaits. And like after doing that for like a couple of weeks, I was like, this is stupid. Like you're better than this. You know what I mean? Like don't quit trying to like appeal to those guys that are like nagging you and bitching in your inbox about like baits being too high. And the thing about it is like if you got a wife or a girlfriend, if you ever seen their bill from a mani and a petty, I mean, shit's like $80 and it wears off in like a week. And that's just on their toenails. At least you get like something that you can keep.
It'll take a lot more than the paint. You guarantee the paint stays on for a week unless it just gets chewed off by dozens and dozens of bass.
Yeah, I mean, everything I use is automotive paint and clear coat, and y'all see me sanding on baits. I don't know if there's any. I do everything I can to make it durable.
Right.
So I haven't found any if I can find a better way to make something work better, then I certainly will. But I've tried just about everything at this point. Clear coats, paints, prep, different ways of prep baits, and I think where I've gotten now, I'm pretty happy with it. I might get a bait every now and again that something happens to, but it's not by design. It might be me missing a spot. I don't sanding it, but I'm usually pretty consistent with.
Yeah, and so I seen a few questions about like people are like, what clear coat and silicone for glue and eyes and stuff, and I would say like if you're interested in that kind of stuff, just tune into his IG lives and stuff. You end up talking about a lot of that stuff because what you do on your lives is you're typically like sanding or putting hooks.
Yeah, I'm usually prepping baits is what
gluing eyes on or gluing tails, and a lot of that stuff just comes up. So I would say that's a good place to get that information, and just gaze at good looking baits from time to time. And he does sneak peeks, so when he's working on stuff, like
I got all kinds of
you got. Can we see a sneak peek at the other swim bait you're working on?
That one.
What kind of bait is that going to be?
I'm undecided. I have a smaller version of that. I've got some prototypes in the other room that I've been farting around with, but I haven't quite made up my mind.
Yeah, and he's been dabbling on the YouTube. He's been multi-streaming on YouTube, so he's taken over. So
now AJ has to start his cheap bass newsletter.
Oh, There you go. I like that. I don't know where you get your haircut, Chris, but I go to Great Clips, and even with the rising cost, it still doesn't cost me $70 to get my haircut. But I said somebody asked, like, what would you say if somebody wants to get? They got a handful of baits they want to get. Like, what are you looking for? 5, 10 baits?
Yeah, 10 baits would be nice.
Okay.
That'd be a good, something to make it worth the time and make it worth, to where I don't get confused. $150 worth of work, dude. That went viral. It was my only Oh, well, I've had two, but that one grew legs, and it was not from my page. Kid took it from my Facebook page and grabbed the picture and posted it on his Facebook page. And he was just like some dude from Alabama that had like 300 followers or 300 friends on Facebook. And he shared that picture. Or he didn't share it. He right clicked it or, screenshotted it.
Right.
And posted some stupid like caption. And I want to say that thing had like, it was something absurd, dude. Like I kept watching it and it had like, I don't know, like 50,000 shares.
Crazy.
It really was like for a stupid fishing lure. And I tried to get on there and I was like, dude, edit your caption that I painted it, you dick. And he's like, my bad, dude. And I was like, whatever.
Makes me hungry.
Yeah. Did you ever try the ice cream?
No.
Little Debbie had their own run of ice cream. Apparently, it was only at Walmart. Where's Travis Stearman? Is he on here?
He is. He's been making his comments.
Yeah, he can tell you about the Little Debbie ice cream. I think it was underwhelming.
I can see that. So remember last week you were talking about, look what just showed up in my mailbox.
Oh yeah, Bass Pro Shops catalog.
I didn't even know I was still getting these things, but I guess I did. I did order some stuff on clearance right before Black Friday, so maybe that's why I got a catalog.
Is there like some nostalgia going on when you smell those pages? Because it doesn't.
No, I don't know. It doesn't really do it for me. But you had talked about it last week, and
they do still have.
It doesn't have the. I mean, like, yeah, we were. When I think you're a little bit younger than me, but like when I was a kid, when I was like 10, 15, like Bass Pro was like, whoa.
Yeah, like we didn't have one within like 600 miles of here, dude. Like,
yeah, Bass Springfield, Missouri was the closest one to Minneapolis, Minnesota at the time.
Sure. So, like, it's really like to be able to shop at like a Bass Pro Shops that was like going to Disney World.
Critical Gravy's asked about those ghosted bones. Those are your personal stash? Yeah,
those are just stuff I painted. That's the kind of stuff I paint for myself for fun. When I just don't want to think and I just want to paint something that's like that's not trying to like impress anybody or like look good on Instagram or do whatever. It's just like nice, clean.
You impressed John. He's been trying to buy him all night.
Oh, he wants these?
He wants those.
Is it the color or is it that it's a Thunderstick?
I don't know. Maybe both.
I'd like to know. I've heard the Thundersticks are pretty good. He'd probably cry at the other one if he likes Thundersticks because I took it and I bent it and melted the lip to try and make it a wake bait.
Nice.
But
well, you can always get more Thundersticks.
Yeah, those actually came in a lot from eBay that was really, really trashed up. They looked like they had been submerged in water for a couple years. I got those. There was like 4 or 5 of those, and there was a bunch of other stuff I threw away. And there was this Smithwick Bojack.
Nice.
Yeah. And I just threw a nice little clean Tennessee shad on there. So
no, Rich. I cut these with a scissors. And I did it on live like 2 weeks ago. Every once in a while, when I get a new hat, I usually cut it on live because I guess, and I actually have a couple videos on like how to make a visor. They don't get very many views, but they're out there if you really want to see how I make it.
Was Scott Martin was a hat cutter, wasn't he?
No, I think he's always just worn. He
wore regular
much too
visors.
Pretty. He just wears the visors. I mean,
I'm talking about like FLW Tour visor, FLW Tour Day Scott Martin.
I don't think so. I don't remember.
I feel like I saw him with a shredded one.
I mean, not saying he never had, but I don't think like with any regularity.
No, probably not. Probably not.
We are so close to having 100 live on YouTube tonight. Come on, guys.
What's the problem? Speaking of Scott Martin, he won on the Mobile Delta. Except the tournament, if you go back and look, it was from like 2003. FLW from the Pascagoula River. And he ran from Pascagoula, Mississippi, all the way across the Gulf, up the Intercoastal, and up Mobile Bay. It was, if you look at it on a map, it is an insane boat run.
It's kind of like when those guys run from Sabine to Houston.
Oh yeah, similar kind of stuff. I mean, like you're out in the Gulf in a friggin' bass boat. And back then, I mean, 2003, he might have been in a 20 footer with a 150 or a 19 with a 150. Like I think that was like pre 250 days. He might have had a 200 on it, but it wasn't like a big 200 or a 21 footer with a 250 or something. That
Jake's about to say he almost got stuck too.
Scott Martin,
I guess.
Plenty of stuff to get stuck on.
He just likes the color. So there you go. You just need to.
Oh, there you go.
I'm sure he could give you a ghost bone. If you sent him 10 baits, he would make you some ghost bone.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, as long as the bait's clear. Luckily,
otherwise that's a lot of sanding if it's not a clear bait.
Yeah. Luckily, the paint had nearly fallen off of all of these, so it made it a little easier.
You probably get a deal if you sand them down yourself before you send them to
Yeah, that would be nice if you'd like them in a transparent color. The way to get on my good side is to have them pre-sanded, because a lot of guys want they want like a transparent paint job on like a Lucky Craft BDS2 or something, and you can't. There's no real good way without soda blasting or sand blasting to get the paint off.
They send you like a full like solid colored bait, and they're like, I want a translucent.
Yeah, like I want this in ghost gill.
They send you this, and like, can I get a ghost? Like,
yeah, can I get a ghost gill? It's like, no. And like I could certainly do it, but the prep it takes me and like the time it takes me to get that thing down to like a good clear factory type blank where all the paint's off of it, it's not worth me dicking with. I've messed up back in the day a lot trying to take on work that I shouldn't have, and just ended up making more work than it was worth. I'm older and wiser now. When I can sniff out those jobs now much easier.
So there's been a couple requests to sample a couple baits off the back wall.
Oh, sample a couple of baits. I mean, there's all kinds of flavors there. I don't even know where to begin.
That was a good one, South Jersey. That was a good IG live story when the guy asked you to paint the small K on his
Oh, yeah, that was absurd. That was absurd.
Yes, cuz that's also another good. He's got some good stories about people that say paint whatever you want, just make it look good.
Yeah, that's usually hard for me.
Wasn't there a guy that's like he's like you had a good story the other day where you're like he's like just paint it, make it look good, and then you like take a picture of it and he's like, what is this?
Yeah, I don't like that. It's like, well, tough shit. Because you get those guys from time to time. They're like, man, dealer's choice, whatever, and then they get them. And they're like, it's not really what I had in mind.
Well, then why did you say whatever you want?
Well, maybe why don't you tell me what you had in mind?
That's like when your wife says, like, oh, just go out and pick something else from home.
Yeah.
Bring home dinner, and then you bring it home, and she's like, oh, that's not what I wanted. And you're like, well, that's not what you said.
It's like, oh, I hate Mexican food. It's like, well, you told me I could pick anything. It's like, yeah, but not that. I'm trying to think what on this wall. There's so much.
Let's hear some ideas. Like in the chat, do you want to see like a top water, a swim bait, a square bill? Do you want to see a color? Let's
see something
look at that.
homemade. You want to see something?
Yeah. Do you want wood? Do you want plastic? Do you want?
Everything is up there.
Do you ever get asked about those Boogerman buzz baits over there?
Not so much anymore.
No.
Occasionally, not so often.
Are you a big Boogerman? But you like those buzz baits?
I love them.
Yeah.
I have
right.
a.
The first request is for a baby bass, and then a topwater. So while you're making a trip.
This is a fancy one.
Look at it. He's exciting. Look at him. He's got a little twinkle in his eye. Ah. And what bait is that?
It's a JDM bait.
Yeah. Is it a topwater?
Mm-hmm. Anybody know?
The first person that gets it right gets a golf clap from HellaBass. That's what we're giving away tonight.
First person that picks this gets a yarmulke.
Now, I think the next time I do a giveaway, I'm gonna just tuck this into somebody's like box.
You should sign it. Cool bait.
So I asked for something, and then there's 100 different requests. So you got topwater. So you got baby bass and topwater. You hit the first two requests. Something rare.
Rare?
Like medium rare?
Rare?
Or there's a wood crank, a flat side. Travis says he's seen them all. He's bored.
Nah, man. Hold on. I got rare. I mean, there's differences of rare because there's rare stuff that I've built, and there's rare stuff that's like production built stuff.
And there's rare Kevin Short signed the side of it rare.
Yeah,
which is cool.
I mean, there's rare like one-off stuff that I've made. This is rare. I wouldn't say it's rare.
You need an assistant, so you don't have to unplug your headphones.
Yeah, no.
You need an intern.
I do.
How long before Bean's old enough to be your intern?
Probably about 12 years.
Okay.
Let's see. Rare. Collectible and rare. This is one.
John, I like the 735 Caden. I just haven't got on enough crankbait bites to really test it. I've caught like a handful of like 13-inch and less fish. So I haven't really got to test it, but I like it so far. But that's why I haven't made a video because I haven't got on enough fish on it so far. That's interesting.
Wormtail Bagley.
Was that a bait they made, or is that like a customization?
No, this is a bait that was a production bait. And the color's rare too for the model. It's not a typical color you would see a lot of. Yeah.
Maybe AJ, if we start a GoFundMe, we can get some Bluetooth headphones for TK. He probably wouldn't wear them if we did.
I'm bad about stuff like that. Stuff you have to like maintain or like.
Yeah, charging is. I'm honestly the same way. I have Bluetooth headphones, but I use them sparingly.
I don't know that I could. As pathetic as it sounds, I don't know that I'm like structured enough to be able to like charge my headphones and like. But the idea of them sounds nice.
Maybe you could just have them for like lives, or like you just keep them in the shop when you need them, because like you don't need the wireless headphones when you're just like bopping around listening to a podcast and the phone's in your pocket or whatever. No. But
I'm trying to think what else.
I mean, see, like here's the thing: is like your definition of rare, right? Like you're the guy that I have a box of Vixen non-production Vixen blanks under my desk here. So like,
yeah, that's rare.
That's rare. But like, I just kind of so like your level of rareness compared to other people's rareness is not the same, is what I'm saying. No. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, those are super rare. I mean, rare would also be this. My first rat swim bait I built in 2013.
All right. That's a one-off.
One
of a
off.
kind.
If you notice, it has no belly hook.
And a single. That's like a.
I threaded the tail, the worm on the tail, and that was my only hook.
Pretty darn weedless then.
Correct. So
it's a cypress rat.
It's a cypress rat. So you're picking up on a trend here, Hella. So you have a thing like the MS Slammer.
It's not just a visor holder, believe it or not.
You've got two giant trebles on here. That doesn't really work for me. Too many weeds and things to get snagged on. This works for me. So
so much shade, Travis. So much shade.
The rarest thing he has is a clean tabletop.
Pew 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 pew.
Better watch out. I'll come over there and take those little cut tail worms back. What else rare? This isn't rare, but I feel like it kind of is. So there was a buzzbait that was really popular around here when I was growing up. And I asked people about it, and they don't really seem to, it's not like a thing elsewhere. Like I always thought it was like and they're not made down here. I forget where they're made, but it's like a little like 1/8 ounce, 1/4 ounce buzzbait. But it's got the wrapped wire here.
Okay.
Head knocker, kind of boogermandish. But it was called a Hydrilla Gorilla. And they made really good buzz baits, but like I've asked a bunch of people about them. Like Eric, I asked Eric, I was like, you ever throw a Hydrilla Gorilla? He's like, never heard of them. I was like, really? He's like, no.
And Eric's like a buzz bait nut.
Yeah, I've asked other people about them, and they're like, never heard of it. But this is what I gotta find more of is the little booger man. All mine are like 3/8 and 1/2 ounce. I've got the giant ones, like the 1 ounce one, but I need to get more of the little 1/8 ounce or 1/4 ounce, whatever this is, 1/4, I guess. But this is probably the sweetest sounding buzzbait I've got.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed I popped that poll up on like right before you even got here on the if you can only pick one, swim jig, spinnerbait, and chatterbait. It's been a dead heat all night. Spinnerbait ever so slightly edging out the chatterbait, the swim jig just behind with 147 votes.
See, I'd have to pick a swim jig.
That's where I would go, probably. But it's
I can do more with it.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just interested that I kind of thought the chatterbait would dominate. I'm surprised the spinnerbait's on top.
Well, the thing about it is I can catch a fish with a swim jig that you can't catch with a spinnerbait or a chatterbait. But I feel like in cover. But I feel like I could get a bite outside of cover with a swim jig that you could probably catch on a spinnerbait or a chatterbait. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's just me. The Jacob Wheeler Finesse Buzz. I'll have to give that one a look.
Yeah, their accent, the Jacob Wheeler accent buzz are solid for stuff that you can just get off the shelf, readily available.
Do they tick the head?
Their main one is not. I like to put like a hammer craw on the back of it with a plastic body on the back of it when I fish it. So when I'm not usually, if I'm going to throw a head knocker, I'll usually throw one of my booger mans that I got. But
old bugs, what a great bait! What happened to them? Because they seemed like they were pretty popular, like nationally.
The which one?
A booger man.
I think they went away, and then somebody they went out of business or sold, and then they came back just recently, I think.
Yeah, you can buy them again. Their website's active. They're like $12 though. Which it doesn't bother me.
Look who's here, Mr. Hallman. What's up, buddy?
I'd be fine with paying that. This is old Stevie Ray's got his #1 Strat. This is the old #1 Booger Man. I've had this one since like day one, and it's the hook's all rusty and bent out and like dicked up, but the blade you can't see it, but like it's on its last like thread of aluminum holding on.
I actually had an accent that I wore out this year. It was such a good buzzbait bite for a while that
I don't wear through Boogerman blades like I do lunker lure blades. Because if you notice over this shoulder, right next to the Boogerman's is all lunker lures. So my other love is lunker lures, but in my head.
Does Amy know about that?
But I wear through those blades more, and I'm sure I don't know why. Maybe the bait hitting the top of the head like slows down the amount of revolutions a bait makes per cast or something. I don't know, but that was my back in. We've got a house on the river up on the Alabama River, and back in my fighting days and my glory days when I was fishing all the time, we had we started a collection of old worn out lunker lure blades. Like we'd go out there and burn up a lunker lure, take the blade off, and we'd hang it up on the wall. And there's like a mirror that's behind.
Kind of like
couch.
how people like hang up bands from like waterfall or whatever.
Yeah. Dude, I had a lunker lure collection that like stretched, like the worn out blade. It like stretched across like the length of this
nice
thing. It was badass. And they're still up there. I need to dig them all out, but I had a bunch. So
yeah, John, I caught the tail end of that Johnny show with Brad and John Suckup, and I got it marked for watch later, TK, so I can catch it later.
what a dumb feature.
But I actually reached out, and we're going to have John on the stream coming up in the near future, and we'll probably get Brad on for a replay if he or an encore, since it's been about a year since we've had Hallman on. So that'll, if he's up for it, I'm sure he is. I think you also talked about. Didn't we talk about this one? Or you talked about this?
About that damn dumbass Bill Dance bug.
I feel like I bought one of those, and it was like talk about the worst casting bait I've ever bought in my entire life.
Oh, I could only imagine how stupid that thing was.
Man.
But when you're Bill Dance and you can sell damn sand at the beach, they say, Bill, the people at Pradco were like, dude, Bill's getting a little cocky. He thinks he can stick his name on this damn fat-free guppy and sell 1 million of them. Let's see how this dickhead sells this damn 2-foot-long buzzbait, and the joke's going to be on him. Wrong answer. Bill Dance sells 30 million of them. Like, like it didn't matter what that dude fished. It was, there you go.
There's the old Bill. It's hard to see on that, but
is that the fingerling or is that the regular?
That's the regular one, I think.
Regular one. I didn't like the fingerling. I know a lot of people like the little fat-free shads. I always thought those sucked. But
is that this one? This little guy, the guppy or the fingerling?
Yeah, the guppy and the fingerling, the two small sizes. Blue. Where is it? This was the last thing that Bill suckered me into getting.
Oh, I got one of those. I forgot about that,
dude.
The one that really pissed me off when I was a kid, because I was probably like 9 when I bought it, was the dancing craw.
Ugh. That one's nasty.
You son of a bitch, Bill.
Son of a bitch. I heard, this is Hallman can probably.
That the Hank Parker?
Yeah. Hallman could probably chime in about the old Hank. This one's even got solder around the R-band for a little added
reinforcement.
But the growing up, all I ever heard about was the Hank, the man's classic spinnerbait, the Hank. That's what everybody called it, the Hank, and
or the classic,
or the classic. But around here it was the Hank, and I thought, a Hank Parker was just like a Hank Parker. So I went to the local store and bought myself a quarter-ounce Hank Parker spinnerbait and went and fished it, and things sucked. Or it didn't suck, but I didn't catch like anything great. And it took like I didn't understand what the deal was with the Hank Parkers. So it literally probably took 25 years for me to realize or to get tipped off that the 3/4 was the one.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was into my 30s, and I said, so all this time, all this like 20 years that have gone past, all this fame locally is on the 3/4. Like, oh yeah, that's the only one to throw. I'm like, God, I'm an idiot, dude. Like I always thought like the fame of the Hank Parker was just a Hank Parker. No, they could throw all that other shit in the trash. That's the damn one. And I was like, as a kid, I never knew it, but it took me like getting a little age on me to figure the damn deal out. But yeah.
And up where I live, I would never think like back then to buy a 3/4 ounce spinnerbait with all the grass, and like it was like we throw like quarters and 3/8 ounce. Like we rarely even threw a 1/2 ounce spinnerbait.
I will tell you that there is a sweet sound that if you get around a cypress tree, the sound a Hank Parker spinnerbait makes when you pull up to a tree and it's got like a little pocket in the side of the tree where the roots come out, and you ring that damn Hank in there, and that 3/4 thumps on that wood, boom, and you hear the damn blades, and that son of a bitch falls down. Shit. I bet damn Bradley Holman's got the hair on his neck standing up after thinking about that. It's a very distinctive like thing, like when that bait hits a piece of wood. Boom.
The dancing eel was also an awful bait as well.
I'm trying to think what other terrible.
Is it harder to think of a good bill dance bait than a bad one?
What's the best bill dance bait ever made? My favorite was the Spitting Image.
Yeah, I can see that.
But
did he make that, or did he just put his name on it? Right?
Like, yeah, he didn't make anything. They just stuck his name.
You know what I mean? But like, as far as something that he put his name, I mean, these were pretty decent. I mean,
yeah. But they put everybody
compared to the dancing eel. This thing is a fish slayer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because who else got put on the? Mark Davis had his run of fat-free shads.
Tim Horton.
Tim Horton might have. He had the switchback.
Yeah,
that thing was weird, where you could shake it and it would.
Man, there was a live stream I was watching, and somebody's like, "You know what they should have came up with?" And they were like, "You could switch it from a rattling bait to a non." I was like, "They did. It was called the switch." Like they did that. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, they did make it. Tim, you're the only person I've ever heard catch fish on the Swimming Image. I thought that thing was awful. I always thought about buying them and just shaving.
Balsa wood dancing shad.
Was that a Strike King bait?
I'm not sure what that is. Does not ring a bell with me.
I think that was probably early days when Strike King was getting in the balsa wood game, which I would have been in the 80s. But what's other? I'm trying to think what Bill sold me on. Just the fact, I mean what was so dumb about Bill Dance, like how good of a salesman he was.
The sparkles shad scales, the attractant, the bait mate, like he didn't have like a whole like he.
Oh, he had everything, dude. But like I was a kid in South Alabama throwing, like, I fished in like farm ponds and like drainage ditches, and like, I grew up fishing in mud holes. But somehow I watched Bill Dance on TNN on the damn Sunday block. And what am I doing on Monday? Going out and buying a BD7 fat-free shad that dives 30 feet deep. You know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do with this? It's nothing, but like, Bill Dance is fishing a pond and he's like racking their ass on it. So
yeah, and like when you're a kid, you didn't realize that he was literally just fishing like
oh, dude, I thought he was fishing public water.
yeah.
I thought he fished the same stuff I did. Like, he just was out on the river. He just was like really good.
He's like, oh, here's another 5-pounder. I'll count another 7-pounder. Like, just
and like, I've been watching some of his like throwback. Like, I've been watching some of his older shows on YouTube, and dude,
it's watching it in hindsight so apparent now, but back
oh
then,
yeah, it's so obvious. Yeah. But like, and why didn't my dad tell me? You know what I mean? Like, that was such a waste. But I guess it was fun for me, so he let it ride. But just like the I bet
you I had a pair of Strike King Bill Dance sunglasses at one point in my life.
Oh yeah, with them yellow lenses. Shit, dude, those are awesome. I think we've still got some. Poppin' Image, the little Poppin' Image is badass. I've got one up there. The Poppin' Image Junior. That's a really, really good bait.
Actually, speaking of Hank Parker, I think Hank Parker was on Straycast tonight.
I hope he was on by himself and not like 10 other people.
Yeah,
that's been my gripe with Pat lately. Get a good guess, and then there's like 16 more.
I had the privilege of being on Straycast along with like 7 other people from Minnesota once, and that was like amazingly waste of time.
Yeah, did you just sit there in silence, or did you try and talk over people?
Yeah, I just kind of hung out and like waited for my turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's all you can do. But I'm trying to. I feel like I'm missing. There's an elephant in the room with Bill Dance's name on it, and I'm missing it. Jimmy Houston. I wasn't like, I love Jimmy Houston, of course, but my favorite topwater in the world is Jimmy's Super Spook.
See that?
That one.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm kind of on the like, I paint baits for a living, but I'm kind of on the edge of believer, non-believer of bait topwater color. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
What can they really see? I don't know. If they can,
I feel like that's got enough of a bait profile, but translucent enough to get a good look, but they don't get a great look at it. It's probably what makes it. Dude. You know what I mean? Like,
this was my first Super Spook. I got this when I was in middle school. I was probably 13, and it's been riding with me ever since. Somehow it's made it this far. But that is number 1 Super Spook, and it pisses me off because their clear coat is so damn hard. You can't ever rash through them. You know what I mean? Like, I've been throwing this thing since I was 13, and there's like a little bit of rashing under the chin.
And you're like, no, I've caught 1,000 bass on this. I know it. You just don't believe me.
Yeah, but
yeah, there you go, Tim. There's a Zell Roland version for Tim.
That one will rash.
Yeah,
that one will rash good.
Not when it's over here.
But so Jimmy has gotten royalties off of this spook for decades now. The only thing I question is that I've never seen Jimmy Houston throw a Super Spook. Maybe he has. Maybe I just missed.
Dance fat-free shad.
There's another Dance fat-free shad.
This one looks like one of them special clear coat that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's bulletproof that you could the damn stop a bullet.
I probably have never even thrown this. I live in Minnesota. I don't need to throw.
No,
those
but you bought it as an adolescent because Bill was racking sevens on it. You said, I can do that. Oh, Jimmy Houston. He got me on a. I told you he got me on the. He got me on the spinnerbait. The Terminator.
Will says he's got that same super spook.
I mean, this is the only color I've ever thrown.
No, Jimmy doesn't throw anything other than a spinnerbait.
No. That's the thing, dude. How do you put somebody's name? Like, is that the biggest like sham that's ever been pulled on us? That this is the Jimmy Houston signature spook that he's never thrown. When he's in Mexico, I need to find that episode.
Bill Dance Shutterlicious.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what that is either. Another person saying that he threw a super spook in a peacock bass show.
I mean, does that really necessitate a signature series Zara spook?
If you're Jimmy Houston, it does.
I guess. I went to the Amazon once and caught some peacock bass on it. So yeah, signature series, please. Black with the white. Excalibur Bill Dance. I will say that is one of my favorite jerk baits is the Excalibur Ghost Minnow. Really, really, really good bait. You don't hear about them anymore. I think I've got some.
Yeah, I think you can get Bill Dance like earthworms at like Walmart sometimes, or
some were Bill Dance, some were Mark Sosin. If y'all remember him.
Is that Saltwater Journal?
Yeah. There's the bait. This one is unsigned. Neither Bill nor Mark.
It's worth nothing.
I don't remember Bill's name being on these, but he might have been. There's a pop-it image. Junior with old Bill's sig on it. I got all this stuff, dude. I was a Bill Dance fanboy over here.
You got a whole box of your Bill Dance favorites.
Yeah, I just got Bill Dance stuff over here. Oh, Bill. Oh, I got a picture of me and him somewhere.
Yeah, I have never met
from the
Bill Dance.
Where was New Orleans, the classic that Dave Height won in '99.
Oh, Height first. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first.
That was the Bacon Run. Was that the Bacon Run Classic?
Yeah, that was when he's throwing the Bacon Run. I heard an interesting story that the guy that helped him, kind of figure out Bayou Black, got a delivery of a bass boat after Davey won the Classic, and his way of saying thank you to this guy for helping him was
it's a nice way of saying thanks. Not gonna lie.
Was his old boat.
Seems appropriate.
Uh-oh. I really do like that Excalibur jerkbait. I don't know why. I'm not a jerkbait guy, but
yeah, me neither. If somebody's like, "Oh man, there's a great jerkbait bag on," I'm like, can we catch him some other way? Are we sure?
Yeah.
I get tired. That jerking's a lot of work. I mean,
yeah, that's what I've heard people talk about that with swimming a jig down here. They call it the Alabama shake.
Yeah.
Shake your jig, and I've heard people from other parts of the world that don't do that, and they're like, "How do y'all shake them for so long?"
Are you a big jig shaker, or are you more of a straight retriever? I mean, you love a good swim jig. What's your
I shake.
You shake. You're a.
I shake. Yeah, it's just. I mean, I always want the bait doing something because it's. I never. I usually swim it so fast that it's not. It's just like a. It's a whole thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm reeling and I'm doing this, and it's like a. Uh, the bait usually isn't that far down in the column.
So you see like 90% of the strikes.
Oh, for sure. Unless it's this time of year, you can catch them swimming this time of year, but you're just not. You know, you're just fishing it slower, but you're still
Yeah, I
thumping
don't
it
know
along.
if up here if the fish don't respond because of our forage base, or we just don't do it enough to really try it. But steady retrieve seems to catch them up here much better.
That's interesting.
But we like the only place we have shad is on the Mississippi River. The rest of our lakes are all perch and bluegill and.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never met anybody, or I don't know anybody that like some Alabama stud swim jigger that's going up there and like tested their skills, like you know what I mean, elsewhere. I know.
I've heard a few pros talk about that when they go up north. That like they, guys that are big shakers down south, they go up north.
It doesn't work like transcend.
They end up switching to a steady retrieve on their swim jigs.
That's interesting. That's real interesting. I don't know. I'd like to.
Like to test it.
Yeah, I mean, just for shits and grins, just to see what happened.
The Booyah Boogie bait.
Boogie.
Shutterless. Oh, Shutterless was a blade bait of some kind, or a bladed jig.
Ooh, that sounds awful. And it had Bill's name on it. It must have been short-lived. They must have got a cease and desist from Z-Man.
So it was still rad.
What's Bill hawking these days?
I don't know.
He's got to be.
Does he still have a show?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's still the longest running outdoor show or something.
I haven't watched a TV fishing show in a long time.
Like on
I'm sure he probably
TV?
has replays on YouTube that I could probably watch, but I don't.
No, like we don't have cable. We just have regular like whatever your local channels are. So everything I get's on YouTube. I did download we have a Roku, so I downloaded the Fox app, and I was able to watch Bassmasters on that.
1 hour, or did you get to watch more than that?
I think it was like a trial.
Yeah, so you got to watch like 45
minutes. Yeah, they
gave
gave me like an hour, I think.
So here's the so if you go to Bassmaster Live or their live stream on the, because they'll give you the live mix when FS1's on, but below it there's for international friends that can't get television in the US, there's a link. But if you click on it, it can tell where you are, right? And it says, well, you're not eligible to watch the international stream. But on your phone, you can download a free VPN app where you can change your country to like Australia. So I did that last weekend, and I watched the morning session on my phone.
Tell me more, hacker.
It's actually pretty easy. It's like Tunnel Bear is a VPN. Like you can just download it for free and change your VPN address, your IP address to where you want to be.
Did you find this when you were lounging in Mexico, drinking cocktails by the pool?
No, this actually comes back from when I used to play some mobile games on my phone, and they'd have like a beta release where it only come out in Australia and Canada or something. And I was like, well, I want to play it now. And like that way you do that, and you get in the Google Play Store, and then it would show up for you if you changed your IP.
Pretty clever. You can stream MLF on Mo TV on Roku. I don't know what that is. I've got
My Outdoors TV, I think is what it is.
Dude, that used to be like the gold mine.
Isn't that like $5 a month though too? MOT? I don't think MOTV is free, is it?
Well, it used to be free. Like when they first started, it was loaded. Like they had everything. And then it was, a year so went by and they got smart and they're like, yeah, you got to pay for this.
It was very relaxing. My kids weren't there. It was awesome. We did nothing for a week. It was amazing. Favorite Rapala lure? I'm a DT6 guy. That's my favorite Rapala lure. Specifically a parrot or a Caribbean shad. I would peg you as more of a shad wrap guy.
Me?
No?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I don't have anything to throw a shad wrap on.
Oh. Like you don't have any equipment or just no place where you would throw it?
Both.
So maybe more of a fat
like a
DT3?
I like a DT6. I like the DT fats were decent baits. But I like a DT6. I think I don't even know.
Yes, I did, Amy. I kept my promise.
I don't even know what
AJ says it's free to watch the MLF.
I'm trying to think if I've got.
Then I'd have to watch MLF. So
let's see if I got any shad wraps down here. I wish some over there. I've got some of the good ones too.
The good one, what?
The good shad wraps, like the old Ireland carp color, the crawdad color that everybody wants.
Oh yeah.
They're
I've got shad wraps. I just don't ever throw them very often. They seem to be fairly old, like these ones.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think. I feel like the skitter pop was a cool bait.
I got some of those.
One of those hanging out.
Oh, I do have my top water bait. Oh, that was.
Honestly, though, like growing up in the dirty South, we weren't Rapala people.
That's right. You're from the land of not the north. So yeah, the skitter prop and pop. And for some reason, people up north like this stupid frog color. I never really got into it, but I know people that swear by this color.
Like when you grew up.
Wow, you make me sound old. When you grew up, Rich.
Well, I'm comparing you to me. Like when you grew up, Rapala and Powerbait Berkeley was king. Down here, it wasn't that wasn't a thing. Like it was like Zoom and Bandit. You know what I mean? Like, see, I would have probably had to have driven to
Powerbait spider grubs.
I would have probably had to driven to Pennsylvania to get some of those as a kid.
Yes, I only lived because back then everything was. I mean, pretty much all of Berkeley stuff was actually made in Spirit Lake, Iowa, which is 2.5 hours from here.
Mm-hmm. Rebel was big down here, like the wee R's and the mini R's and stuff. But no, dude, that was it was really weird. It was the country was divided. Like if you live past the Mason-Dixon line, you threw power bait and you threw Rapala, as they say.
There's my favorite bow and vixen.
Is that number one?
What's left of her?
If you're getting buried with a vixen, you're taking that one.
Yeah, that's ye old faithful.
Do you throw that on braid?
Yeah, braid with a short 17-pound leader.
You trust that?
Yeah.
With all certainty?
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I got a baby bass one that looks brand new because I never throw the damn thing.
You still throw that chewed up one?
Yeah, in the right circumstance.
Do you have a
this bluegill color up where we live can be good at times though.
I've got that one. I don't ever throw it though.
Yeah. But this one. This one's freaking brand new. It's what is this? Their Tennessee shad?
Something like that.
Maybe I should just send these to TK and have him slap some bone paint on them for me.
You might as well. And that way you can start just send it to me and I'll just go kick it down the street and get all the paint knocked off of it, make it look like your other one. And splatter a little bone paint on the top. I
could probably just go to Ace Hardware and buy some bone.
Yeah, it would probably be called some sort of ivory.
Yeah, I don't own a Teckle. I don't think. I can never find them. I've wanted to buy some Teckles just to like try them out to see if they're the same. People say they are, but they're just as hard to get as a Vixen, to be honest.
The Kick Knocker. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. DT in the Big Shad color. I've got the new DT8s I think I bought some of the DT8s in Big Shad.
I was disappointed in the DT8.
Have you thrown it?
No, but I don't have to. It was the design that I was.
I mean, it's just a 6 with a bigger.
Yeah, but
right?
They put like the DT6, but they used the bill angle from the 10.
Ah.
And I would have preferred to keep the bill angle from the 6, just made it longer. So take the DT6 as it is, take the bill out and put a DT10
right.
bill
So
in it.
it's more of a straight bill, like the 10 versus yeah, I see what you're saying.
So they just made a little DT10 rather than make a deeper diving DT6.
Well, here's the decision. I really got to use the restroom. So we're either going to wrap this up or you're going to talk for 2 minutes by yourself. And then I'm going to come back.
I can talk. Let me go grab a drink and I'll talk for 2 minutes. Hold your pee 1 second.
All right. No need, Dax. Maybe get a couple chromes, but I don't know. I'm a big bone guy. Maybe that can be what he can talk about when he comes back, Travis. All right. Travis wants to know about the Rapala Brat.
Right, I'm back.
Rapala Brat. Go.
All right, boys, where we at? Trying to check questions out. Rich. Travis, the Rapala Brat. That was my I won't say my brainchild, but my dream bait was indeed the Brat. But it wasn't the Brat. The Brat didn't exist yet. So I was telling my dad, I was like, the perfect crankbait doesn't exist yet. I would like to have it manufactured. And he's like, what do you want? I was like, all right. So I love balsa baits. I said, but they lack in the aesthetics department sometimes. So if I could take the beauty of a TackleKraft RC 1.5, 2.5, say, and encapsulate balsa with that to where you have the buoyancy and you just got the wildness of what wood does underwater. If I could pair that with the shell of a TackleKraft, to me that would be the perfect crankbait. And I had a meeting with Casey at 6 Cents 6-7 years ago, and I was sitting in his office, and I was like, this is my dream bait, and I told him about it, and he said, well, they already make that. And I was like, who does? He was like, you didn't watch iCast? And iCast was like the week before. And I was like, no. What happened at iCast? He's like, Berkeley just released that bait. And I was like, you're shitting me. And he's like, no, look it up. He's like, I forget what it's called, but Berkeley has a plastic shelled wood bait. Dude, I looked it up and like my heart broke, because literally that was, and I saw how stupid it looked, and like they didn't do it justice. Like they could have made it so much more appealing. It looked so dumb. But I've heard some of them are good. I still can't force myself to buy one because I still have like I'm a little sour about it, but that's
what I miss.
Talking about the Brat. being my brainchild, and then Rapala released it.
How long was I gone? There's the chat was on. Must have been just behind on chat.
We got a lot.
Norman's Middle N.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. It's like a wiggle wart for us Southern boys.
Rebel Wee Craw was a good one in the creeks, Hellman says.
Dude, as a kid, I got sucked into all that damn Rebel lineup. Like the grasshoppers, the little micro crawls. Because like at the time, you're trying to match every hatch you can, and if something looked like something, it sold. You remember the Madman crawls?
Yeah.
Did anybody ever catch fish on those?
Not sure.
Like I think they look too real.
Figured since it was getting late. Since it was getting late, we'd go a little smallmouth crush, make you feel comfortable.
Nice move.
You know,
that's what I should be drinking, so I don't get fat. Keep drinking all this beer. Yeah, Bandit's still popular as ever down here. Guys love their Bandits. The good pecker.
I could get a stream catheter, I guess, Lord Vader.
Yeah. That's what I had.
The top water from Rapala has counter blades. The ripstop?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not a. Is it Rapala or Rapala?
I say Rapala.
You say Rapala? I always said Rapala growing up. Doug's talking about the Devil's Horse. That's my damn.
Check. Did I ask a really good chat question? Dustin Taylor's off the second shift. He's joined. We went late, so Dustin could join.
That's right. Dude, I love a Devil's Horse. That was my grandfather's favorite bait.
Blasphemy.
Dips invoke.
I don't think so. I just like to make wise jokes at Travis, to be honest. Sometimes I like to be light. Keep things light. Don't judge me, Daniel.
No, a claw is like I went into a claw phase where we were like back in the summer, we'd take the daughter on a little walk around the neighborhood. When you walk a couple miles, we'd get the radio, we get the turnpike cranked, and go take the kid on a walk. And nice summertime. Got the music playing. Want a little drink. Sometimes a claw is just a little nicer for the walk.
Yeah.
So
I'm plenty secure in my masculine femininity. I don't have any problem drinking a White Claw.
No, I don't think claws are a bad thing.
Some people say, what did I say? Corrado, and it's supposed to be Corrado. People get mad when I say Corrado instead of Corrado.
I've never heard anybody say Corrado. Sounds like something on the Texas border.
It does.
Favorite stuff. El Corrado.
Which is funny because my dad lives in Zapata, which is right next to Laredo. So there you go.
You're shitting me.
Yeah. He lives there and then he winters summers in Minnesota.
Is his name Denny Brower?
No, but my dad fished with Denny Brower in an Elite Series event as a co-angler on Amistad.
Come on. How did he like Brower?
Before and after the tournament, he was cool to hang out with. During the tournament, he wasn't that much fun to hang. You know what I mean? Like he was in tournament mode. Yeah. So I fished with Talk during that tournament.
Oh, dude, seriously?
Yeah.
How was he?
Pretty cool. That was, whatever. That's when Remitz won. That was the first year of the Elites or whatever, right? So that was, his English has gotten much better since then. It was okay, but it was not the easiest to communicate with them. Yes.
Did he have any weird quirks?
Couple. So it was funny because I drew this guy from the first day. I drew some guy from Ohio that fished like 1 or 2 years and was gone. I forget his name. We like on Amistad, we both had a limit for like 7.5 pounds. that back, that's back when it was like 100-pound, right? Like, so like that wasn't good for a coing. There wasn't so bad, but for him, it was a really bad deal. And then Talk had like
he needed to go back home and practice.
Yeah, Takahiro had like 26, 27 pounds. And the first day, and I was like, let's go. I'm excited, right? Like, and he told me he was throwing like DD22s and deep crankbaits. Like he had a stretch of trees or something. He was fishing on a creek ledge or something like that where, right, he was deep tranking a line of trees. And we did that and barely caught squat. And I lost a couple Lucky Craft deep divers that I had bought at the local tackle shops for probably $22.
I was about to say that hurt back then. That's when they were like
because I was like, well, man, I'm like, this is my shot, right? Like, so I like plopped down probably $100 and I probably broke those off in about 30 casts. And then, but we, for whatever reason, those either we didn't adapt to how they were fishing or they moved or whatever, that didn't go. And I was dragging a wacky rigged ball breaker on a Mojo rig behind the boat because it was whatever wasn't working, and I caught like a 6.5, so I had Talk lip my 6.5 pounder for me, which was.
Did he give you a high five or anything, or did you just throw the bottom of the boat?
No, he was very businesslike about it, and then didn't want to talk about it after it happened.
Pissed him off.
I mean, he was just frustrated, right? Like he was like, it wasn't like mad at me or didn't think, I mean, I was like not fishing where he was fishing, right? But he was just like frustrated because he caught 26 pounds, and at that time he had 2 fish for 3 pounds in the live well, right? So he was just, but dude, he ended up catching a limit. But the one thing that I remember, like he made a cast and like broke off a fish, and like instantly like just dropped to the bottom of the boat, stripped that line off, got in the rod lockers. I mean, I've never seen anybody strip line so fast and I mean, he probably respooled, like stripping the line and respooled it in like 90 seconds. It was like
really,
and then back up cranking again. Like I was like,
wow.
I was like, that was amazing.
I'd really like Talk is probably my top 5 people I'd love to fish with.
Yeah.
Brower also being one of them. But they say you should never meet your idols or your heroes.
I was a big Hank Parker guy as a kid.
See, I liked Hank, but like Brower was my dude. Like the way I fish now is because of Brower.
Right.
And I'm not a flipper, but my whole like mentality, the way I approach fishing is the way Brower fishes.
I did love Schooled by Denny Brower. That was probably the
great show
ever.
Great show. The thing that stuck with me the most about Brower, like one thing I heard him say was that he never fished for a limit. He fished for 5 big bites all day. And the thing about that, you hear people say that all the time, but the thing that made the most sense to me was that when he's fishing for those 5 right bites, he's going to catch 5 keepers fishing for those. They might not be the ones he wants, but he's going to get, in between fish between the 4s and the 3s and the 5s and whatever. He's just going to get those bites just from an aggressive fish that's not, necessarily what he's targeting. And that kind of stuck with me. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense. So if you go do something, you throw a big worm all day or a jig all day or whatever, a topwater, you're liable to get 10 bites, but you just need those right ones. So I missed my opportunity. Like I said, they say you're never supposed to meet your heroes. And I saw my wife and I were in the Houston airport, and I walked by like this little section of the airport right beside a restaurant, and Brower was sitting there. And I walked by him and I was like, holy shit, there's Denny Brower. Like I literally wrote my freshman like English paper, like end of the year paper about Denny Brower winning the Classic. Like Brower was the dude. So I seen, and we walked past him, and I told my wife, I was like, You see that guy sitting back there? She's like, yeah. I was like, that was my childhood hero. That was Denny Brower. She's like, who's he? I was like, he's the
She's
damn
like, how
best.
dare you?
He's a best damn jig flipper ever walked the planet. It's like Brower's the damn boss, dude. And she's like, go talk to him. And I was like, no, I can't. She's like, well, and I don't really like have a problem with walking up and like I'm not like Mr. like personality, but if I see an opportunity to where I'm like, all right, I need to take this, I'll get outside my comfort zone and be like, hey, how are you? But I couldn't do it, dude. Brower even intimidated me as a grown man. I was like, dude, I can't go like disturb him. You know what I mean? I don't want him to like bite my head off and be like, what do you want, you damn little dickhead? But I'm sure it would have been nice, but man.
Yeah, do you think they could redo Schooled like that format today?
Oh, certainly.
I'm surprised nobody's ever tried to reboot that. And like, even if it wasn't Denny, if it was somebody else, like,
I think it would have to be Denny.
I mean, it would be better if it was Denny, but
you got to think like I wonder about this.
I feel like it was probably a really expensive show to make, though.
Oh, for sure. I was watching some old like KVD, like when he was like hungry, like Bob Cobb Bassmaster era, when he was still wearing boots and like blue jeans and stuff. I was watching like some like KVD spinnerbait technique video or something, and I would like to know, like if you sat down with Kevin and be like, knowing what you know now, do this video you did in 1998, like critique it and tell us what you learned since then that was bullshit then. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure whatever he was preaching then is probably a little different than what he believes now.
True, for sure.
But like same thing with Brower. Like Brower was probably laying out all this stuff back in, those days. And I'd like to know what's changed. What did he learn different? If or if everything like holds up, like if he'd say, all that stuff is the damn gospel, dude. You can take everything I said.
Guys like Clun, Brower, those guys could literally just go on YouTube and just tell stories, and I bet you they would crush if they wanted to.
Dude, it would like I couldn't turn on enough notifications to get those videos. Like I would stop whatever I was doing and like sit down and watch it.
Would you pay for it?
Sure.
Would you join? Yeah, you'd join like a $10 a month or something, or
yeah,
like if put out like a reasonable amount of content, like you would.
If somebody would collectively, say me, being like a nerd, if I went out and I collected like a fish story from Brower or Clun, or like took all like Zell Rowland, like got all those guys and just said, hey dude, just like let's film a piece, like a couple of these a month or something, and I would certainly pay for that, because that's my favorite thing about bass fishing is like the stories that are like that nobody hears, like the co-angler stories, the guys that practice with Brower, the guys that whatever.
All the head-to-head, the draws, right? All those.
Yeah, like when they were doing that stuff, like you can see it, you can read about it in Ike's book, where he draws out with Kevin, and they're on, I want to say they're on like Lanier. Mm-hmm. So you can go back and watch the Bassmasters tournament that they draw together. And the first section of the tournament, Ike's up Kevin's ass on the front of the boat. And in the book, he mentions Kevin like jumps his ass and tells him to like
get
in the back of the boat and like, get out of his armpit. And if you watch the episode, like the game changes. The first part, you're watching Ike fish with Kevin like on the front, and then like later on towards the end of the show, Ike's like bombing casts off the back of the boat, like in his little cubicle back there. And but you wouldn't know that he went back there because Kevin jumped his ass, unless you read his book. But
and then they got in like 10 years ago on Chickamauga. Ike tried to pull up next to KVD. There's a video on YouTube, and Kevin's like, "You think that's cool?"
Mm-hmm.
And then like they kind of go back and forth, and like Ike's like, "You don't have to be a dick, you know." And he's like, "I knew I wasn't," or whatever. And then like KVD's like, "Yeah, Ike and I don't have the best history."
I mean, I love
which probably goes all the way back to that Lanier tournament, right? So
probably that's probably where it stemmed from. But I love I fished that when Triton used to do their elite gold, you know, they had that contingency, the elite thing. I qualified to fish that a couple years, and we the first year I qualified, it was on Old Hickory, and then the second time was on Kentucky Lake. I didn't qualify for Old Hickory. I went as an observer with my buddy that qualified, but I qualified twice at Kentucky Lake, and it was simultaneous when we were leaving that Triton Elite Gold tournament. After our tournament was the owners tournament, and then it was the Elite Series was coming for practice. Yeah. So when we were leaving, the Elite Series guys were showing up, and Ike stayed in the house across from mine, and you know, I still had like a couple days left to fish, and I see his truck pull up, and I was like, dude, Ike's across the street. Like I'm gonna go like drink a beer with Ike, and it was like 6 o'clock or something, and he leaves, and I was like, oh, I'll just catch him when he gets back. So I like sit on the porch and like drink a few beers and hang out. And it's like 10 o'clock and no Ike. Like 11 o'clock, no Ike. Midnight, no Ike. And I was like, damn, dude. I guess I don't know what he's doing, but I guess I'm not gonna meet Ike. So I go to bed, wake up at daylight, go launch the boat. Guess whose boat's already at the launch and gone?
Ike.
I was like, dude,
animal.
Dude's a freaking beast. So after that, I was like, you've got my respect, Ike. You've got my respect. I waited up all night for you, and you still beat me to the damn ramp, you dick.
I can't do that anymore.
No.
I can be the first one at the ramp, but I can't be the last one up and be the first one at the ramp.
No, I can't do it both, but he can. He's a damn badass. Except in Florida this year, apparently.
Yeah. He's never been. I mean, he's had a few moments in Florida, but he's never been the guy in Florida.
No, but he should be better than that.
Yeah, that's probably not how he envisioned his return to the Elite Series.
No, I was pretty disappointed. But, I mean, everybody was. He was. Everybody. It's not like there was some epiphany, but
I assume he won't be awful at the Harris chain. I can't say that the beginning of the schedule like is Ike's wheelhouse, but
no. But Ike's had good finishes in Florida.
Yeah,
didn't he almost
a mixed bag up and down?
Yeah, I mean he's at the point in his career he's good enough anywhere that he shouldn't catch two. You know what I mean?
The St. John's River does humble people from time to time, though. Like it's
for sure. I'd like to fish it though. I'd like to fish anywhere that there's tides that has giants because we have tides and we have no giants. But like the California Delta really intrigues me. The Potomac really intrigues me.
Yeah.
St. John's. Anywhere.
They had the BFL regional, I think, last year on St. John's, which was in October.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember listening to Justin Kimmel, Basshead, talk about fishing that. And he made the All-American, I'm pretty sure. But him and his buddies were talking about, and it sounded fishing it in the fall sounded amazing. They were catching them on like top waters and frogs on super shallow like creek mouth points, and I was like, oh, that sounds amazing. Like a guy caught like 36 pounds the first day on a frog.
That's my favorite. Those are always my favorite tournaments. Or when they go, like if I were picking tournaments, I would pick the schedule to where you go to those super lakes at off times, and then you go to the shitty lakes at the really good times, so you can see like a normal fishery that we would all fish show out. But you go to Gunnersville in like, August.
Well, they did that, right? Like 2 years ago, right? They went to Chickamauga and Gunnersville in October, and
yeah, see, those are more interesting to me.
for sure. They went to Santee in the fall.
Yeah, I like those. That's what I like.
Yeah.
I wish they do more of that to where they.
I definitely would be like. I think it actually. I mean, I'm not a huge MLF guy, but I thought when they went with their heavy hitters in Florida in June or July or whatever it was, that was a much more interesting tournament than most of theirs.
I just don't typically learn a lot from those shows. I don't watch them a lot, but I don't feel like
it's. I think they're the way they do the production is what loses a lot of hardcore fans. Like the true, like, I think they're really aiming their production at the guy that fishes like 3 times a year or once every 3 years, and he just wants to see fish. Whereas if you fish a lot and you fish tournaments or you're kind of like into it, you want to see the decision making, you want to see the lulls, you want to see the lead up to the fish catch. You just don't want to like cut hook set. Like, you want to see more.
Yeah, that's to me the most interesting part is the guys that suck, and why did they suck? You know what I mean? Like that to me, the bottom 20 guys probably have a more interesting story than the winners, as far as like me and you learning. And it's really. It was really interesting seeing like the guys, what they did in Louisiana this past week.
I've definitely had, some of my buddies like Austin, his first year, and Bob Downey when they were coming off like, 3 70th plus finishes in a row. And like, let's break that down. Let's talk about like, like there's a lot to learn from.
Everything to learn is with those guys.
Yeah. So I've definitely done some shows like that. They're really interesting. I don't know if they're as interesting for everybody else, but I enjoy them.
That's what I think. Because that's like my favorite part of tournament fishing. When you suck, like when you just get your ass kicked, is when you've got like a 2-hour drive home and you sit there for 2.5 hours and you talk to your tournament partner and you ask, what would you have done different? If you could do today all over. And then you just go through the whole tournament for 2 hours talking about like how you would do things different. And like, to me, that's really the most like
that sounds fun, except for like the 3 times I went to the national championship and drove 12 hours home without making the classic. Those were long drives home.
Yeah, that sucks a little more. That's not just your average like weekend tournament that you get kicked.
Yeah. Dustin, come on up. Skip lacrosse though. That's on the downhill swing, but there's some other pools that are pretty darn good up here. I think I went to one of them, Joe. I don't remember who won that one, but yeah, I did go to at least one of the Bass top 150s or top 100s on Minnetonka the way in. I was still pretty
Fritz
young.
Won a Minnetonka tournament.
Yeah, Fritz. I think Bitter. Maybe Bitter won the one I went to.
Jim Bitter. He was a jerk bait fool.
Yeah, they should have went down on the Ouachita River. Would have tested them boys.
Yeah, send them to the Red River where everybody says everything's silted in and it sucks.
Yeah.
Then what do you do?
AJ said he caught 10 fish total from state to regionals to nationals.
Yay. Fritz is throwing a sea rig.
4 is 90 minutes from my house, Dustin.
So you're in the hub of like the juice.
Oh, like, yeah, Fritz did well on a Carolina rig when he was up here. Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, besides this time of year when you can drive trucks on ice, but like fishing is unbelievable up here. Honestly,
it always looks so lush. That's what I'm so like jealous of when I see like I went to Ohio for a family reunion for my wife's family, and everything in the summer and like is just so like beautiful and green and lush. And I was like, man, I would love to fish up here because everything looks so healthy.
It is.
Like,
It's. I mean, like you go on our lakes. There's bluegills everywhere. There's birds. There's like
yeah,
just life.
everything's
I
like
mean,
alive. Like everything in the South in the summertime is like miserable and burnt. Like it's
Yeah.
so sunbaked that like everything just goes and hides in a shade hole somewhere. Um, but like up
Or goes
there,
out and suspends in the thermocline off the river channel and like doesn't.
yeah, it sucks. But that was the other thing. Speaking of like fisheries, like growing up fishing around Alabama, like there's good lakes in Alabama, but I'd never really experienced a lot of them, and I didn't know like a lot of what was going on, like in college when I first started tournament fishing. And then the first time, mid 2000s, like 2008, 9, was when I qualified for that tournament on Kentucky Lake. And I'd been watching the Elite Series guys fish Kentucky Lake. And I was like, man, these guys are just something else. They are really good. You know, they catch these like 20-pound bags. And I was comparing where they were fishing to like where I was fishing. And then I fished Kentucky Lake in June. And I was like, these guys are good, but they're not as good as this lake is. Like this lake is a damn
Factory.
gold mine. Yeah, it is a fish factory. And it was so eye-opening to see how good a public body of water could be. And Kentucky Lake in the mid 2000s was to me as good as any private lake you could like pay and go fish. It was like a Bill Dance pond. Like it was that good. It was stupid, dude. Like you could the thing that was so crazy is we were fishing shallow around the bushes at the end of May, and the guys that were local were staying next to us, and we were like, "You can go catch 17 pounds out of the bushes right now," and they're like, "No, you can't." I'm like, "Yeah, you can." And I'm like, "No." And then we fished the first day of the tournament and had 17, and they're like, "You didn't catch those fish out of the bushes." I'm like, "Yes, we did, dude." They're like, "That's nuts." And 26 was out there on the ledges, like we were getting stomped, but still, like a couple dickheads from Alabama could still go fish bushes and catch 17 pounds. And
But there was some tournaments where who was it that was flipping in Barkley? Usually would make a top 10 in some of those tournaments.
oh yeah, there was a couple guys that always ran to Barkley,
and they would fish kind of shallowish, weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Jay Yellis, was he one of them?
Seems like something Yellis would do. I wish he'd make a comeback. I always like Jay.
Yeah, and now it's just like sad. It's become this sad recording. He comes on the stage, right, and he's like, "I caught 3 for 6 pounds today, but let me tell you about Cast for Kids." It's just like, I mean, it's a great foundation and it's a great thing, but it's just like this broken record, and you're like, "Oh, Jay, you didn't catch
it." You wonder though, like Jay was a top tier bass angler
and he was like a badass. Like,
he was a badass.
Yeah.
Like
people feared him. Like,
yes, like Jay when Jay walked up to the stage, like
fierce competitor. I feel like he doesn't have that edge anymore at all. Like,
I don't understand that though. Like, how do you get to that level of badassness and then just go? Because I would think even with a mild bit of competitiveness, his ability to catch bass should still be pretty strong.
Yeah, because like back in the day, he was like one of the first guys throwing like bass tricks, paddle tails, and like swimming around docks, and he was doing things ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I was a fan of like late '90s, early 2000 Jay.
Yeah.
2010 to 2020 Jay, I'm lost.
Bush Jay, you didn't like? No, I didn't like that Jay either. I liked you know, Bassmaster Top 150 J.
Yeah. And even
Man,
like early FLW when he first switched, like he was,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, when he was like even like like the ESPN era, he was that
Yeah.
was my favorite J. Is like when Takahiro was coming up
Yep.
and like starting to beat ass, Jay was right there with him, and it was like you had Kelly Jordan, you had all those Texas guys that were like really beating ass in the early 2000s.
And then he went
And
to FLW and he was good for a while, and then I didn't really pay attention. But when he came back to Bass,
yeah. I mean, I can't lie. I was excited to see him come back just because it, the nostalgia of my childhood, angling. I wouldn't say he was my angling hero, but you looked up to a guy that caught him that good.
that's an interesting point because, like, I'm sure you listen to Ken Duke when he comes on BTL, and he always talks about
sure.
like how important it is to have Rick Clunn and David Fritz like be in the elites. But at what point, like, there's a tipping point in my mind because, like, when Rick Clunn like comes up and doesn't catch anything, and he won't talk to Dave Mercer, and he just like leaves the stage.
Yeah, what good's he really doing?
What good is that really doing? Is he really like drawing people? I don't know. Like, I feel like there should be a limit on the legend rule. Like, you should get like so many points, and then once you've cashed in those points, then I don't know. That's my look. I feel like it's important to have some exceptions and some legends, and like, but there's a diminishing return at some point, and I don't know.
I say if you're a legend exempt, if you suck or if you don't suck, you have to tell a story
Yeah,
that's 15 minutes long and it gets posted on Bassmaster after every tournament.
there you go.
Just entertain us. Like, share some of your 40, 50 years of bass fishing knowledge of like, and not like, bullshit like how to Texas rig a worm or what's some good like crankbait to throw. Like a story. And that's I think what a
Because
lot.
I don't get the feeling that like Clunn and Fritz are hanging around on day 3 on Saturday at the Fun Zone, like meet and greeting the fans.
Probably not.
Which, if they're on there in a legend exception, they probably should be.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? They should be telling story time so TK can take his kid there and listen about to what the good old days in the 80s of like Bassmasters and or whatever. Like,
Yeah, that's what everybody wants to hear. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they've got way more entertainment value than like somebody new to me. And we're the guys watching it, not some 12-year-old. So I don't know. I mean, you got to think, dude, those guys have got some knowledge. But there's also a fine line of stuff that they can't teeter on. They probably don't want to name drop at this point. They probably don't want to
I don't
give.
know. At this point, does it matter? Like,
I mean, it doesn't in the grand scheme of things. To me and you, it don't. But like to them, maybe. I'm sure there's some weird sponsor tie.
I don't know. Like, they keep talking about how big the crowds are, but I don't know if that's real or not, or I don't know if live has diminished in-person weigh-ins or not.
I don't know, man.
I haven't been to an elite event since actually the last elite event I went to. Rick Clunn made a top 10 on the Mississippi River, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
Who won that? Cliff Pace was in the top 10 of that one. I don't remember who won that one that I was at. It was before Ott.
That's the one part that really kind of makes me sad when I watch these old tournaments. Is like when they show the weigh-in crowds. It's all the guys, the Bass Club guys wearing their Bass Club shirts, wearing their Red Man hats, the guys smoking cigarettes, like with their recorder, wearing camouflage. Like, those guys are dying, dude. They don't exist anymore. And you know, it's sad to see that part of like the fishing world is kind of going away. But like I said, I haven't been to a. I went to the elite event that they did on Lake Travis
When you were in Austin.
when I was in Austin. It was pretty weak crowd, and then, I mean that was pre-COVID, so there was no excuse for a crowd not to be big.
Lacrosse had a pretty big crowd when I was there.
But I think I went on a shitty day. It might have been like day 3.
Oh, you know, the one I was at was the one Faircloth one.
Wow, that's a good one.
It was like the first one or the one of the early ones.
Throwing that white frog.
Yeah, in Stoddard, which is a shell of what it used to be. It's still a good area, but it's not actually. I was probably from where Faircloth wrecked all those fish, where I caught my largemouth on a frog. I was probably 500 yards away.
Really?
When I almost won the Northern Regional this year on lacrosse.
Mm-hmm. Same area.
Yeah.
That's interesting. When I was at that Austin Lake Travis tournament, that was the first time I realized how tall Kevin Van Dam is. He walked by with his wife, maybe.
Sherry?
And I was like, yeah, it was Sherry, the cookie maker. And I walked by going to like look at the stage, and he was coming out. And I like looked up, and I'm 6'1", 200 pounds, and he kind of like made me feel kind of small.
It's because that black's so slimming. That's why.
He just looked big. I was like, damn it, VD's kind of big. And then Jason Christie hopped out of his boat, and I was like, damn, Christie, you're big too.
Yeah, he's tall. That Amistad event that I fished, one of the guys I knew from Minnesota drew Kevin Van Dam on like day 1 or day 2, and he took a coot to the chest running across the Amistad.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
I don't think I have.
So, it was produced in association with Flathead Films in Austin, Texas. So the guy that made this DVD lived about a mile from me when I was in Austin. The dude wasn't into bass fishing, but he made this DVD. And I found one on like eBay because I'd heard about this DVD, but I'd never bought it. And this came out in 2005. So I messaged the guy, and I was like, how many of these do you have? He's like, what do you mean how many of these I have? I made the damn thing. I got boxes of these things laying around. It's like, oh, let me get a couple of those. So I bought a couple of them. And but this is, speaking of Jay Yellis, this is a behind the scenes look at Talk, Rick Clunn, and Jay Yellis in their 2001 pro fishing season. And this is probably one of the coolest pieces of bass fishing media you will ever watch. It's really, really interesting. They talk about like religion, like Jay Yellis talking to like Talk, trying to like, about Christianity and Buddhism and all this kind of stuff. And like the Rick Clunn talking about all his stuff. And they go to like Rick Clunn's, he had this like school, like survival school. And they show like behind the scenes stuff of him, like David Walker's there and like Talk, and they're all like learning how to build fires out of sticks and rocks and stuff. It's really, really, really awesome. The coolest thing in that whole DVD though is Talk sitting on the front of his boat, and there's a dude standing there, and Talk's got like 1 million trick worms. And the guy asked him, he's like, Talk, what are you doing with all these worms? And he says something like, if you're fishing, if you're fishing live bait, you're not going to use dead bait. And he's like, no. And he's like, are you using a new worm every cast? And he's like, yes. Like that's when he made the quote about like not using like dead bait. And he's like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And like talk, you could tell his like tone changed, and he's like, no, it's not. Like, I change every cast to a new worm. And that was in 2001. That was when he was in his prime, like
That seems really
kicking
inefficient.
ass.
I could see like not like every fish a new worm, right? But every cast like seems
Every cast he would tie on a new worm, he said. Like total absurdity.
yeah.
So I would like to talk to talk now and say, talk. So remember when you were using a trick worm every cast? What 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 have you come to grips with as far as that goes?
That's like a great idea. Like if you could like, all right, we're gonna interview this pro, right? Like a legend, like Talk or like
Mhm.
Clun or Brower, right? And then be like, let's pull up these 10 clips through the decades and be like, so do you still believe that?
Yeah, review
like,
this.
do you still believe this? This spinnerbait was like, or
Yeah, Kevin, are you still throwing the diamond shad or whatever you like made me buy? Like, is that still a good crankbait option, or that stupid spinnerbait?
yeah. Like back then, like everybody believed you needed a 5-to-1, right, to throw a crank. Now everybody's throwing 7-to-1s, and just like
Mhm.
different things like that. Like all the things, like the meta has shifted in a lot of areas.
Yeah, tell me what's changed. Tell me what's new. Tell me what's still relevant. I mean, I'm sure there's some of those guys that, but like Kelly Jordan, for instance, like what happened to that guy? He was a damn badass too. I
It
think
was,
I've never heard the number, but I'd like to ask Ken Duke how many big bass monies, like tournament wins from having big bass of the tournament, has Kelly Jordan won.
and he was
But
like a top 10 machine for a while.
he really was, dude.
Like in
Kelly
the
was.
early, or what was, I don't know, like the beginning, like first 5 years of the elites. He was a
Hmm.
guy like you put on your fantasy team all the time if you played fantasy fishing. Like
Yeah, like what happened to that guy?
I don't know, is he a guy that just like doesn't have the, is he not mad at him anymore? Is he like, I don't know, or did like the rest of the field elevate their game and he's still fishing at the same game he was back then and he didn't progress as fast as, I don't know.
I
Right, but
mean,
like
he
him and Boyd and head to head on Joe Thomas's show,
ultimate match.
Ultimate Match Fishing, that was gold. That
Oh,
stuff
where
was
they let the
amazing.
where he let the spoon out of the bag.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a big one. That was a big, like, I remember talking to my buddies because we were fishing Kentucky Lake at that time, and like we were driving up from Tuscaloosa to go up there, and dude, we would sit around and like critique that show, trying to figure out the house in the background where
Right.
Kelly was snatching that spoon. We're like, dude, is that house down there by so and so creek? Kentucky Lake's backwards, so uh, I guess if you're going downriver, you're really going upriver. So it's so weird.
Yeah. And like I remember that's like where I really learned about yellow flowers
Yeah,
was from Ultimate Match Fishing and then fishing Barkley. I saw you asked that question the other day on
yeah. I asked it on BTL. I wanted to know if those exist anywhere else other than that, and he didn't answer my question.
yeah. Um
But
but
I've
I
never.
just going back to Brower, I distinctly remember him fishing against Clun in a head to head on Barkley. And like
See, I don't remember that.
Clun is like pitching a spinnerbait and he hooks one in the flowers and Brower hits high bypass and just goes and like Clun's got like this 5-pounder stuck and it just like breaks him off. Like it's just like savage. Like just like Rick Clun was not happy.
I bet not. Like I don't think Clun's the kind of guy that put up with shit like that.
But what are you gonna do? Like it wasn't gonna kick Brower's ass.
No,
It wasn't against the rules. But
dude,
like
every time I think about, anytime they go to Florida, I think about that 10 that Cullen caught like a few years ago on that spinnerbait on the Trickster.
on the St. John's when he won it,
Yeah,
yeah.
that I mean, I think it was on the St. John's. It wasn't. It was. I don't think he won this tournament that he caught the 10. It might have been like 10 years ago. But it was down in Florida, and
He
he's
did catch a
throwing.
giant in the Classic one year.
That might have been it. And
Yeah,
it got broke
they had
the
that
next
Florida,
day.
that first Spring Classic, and like Preston Clark and him and a couple of the one that
Yeah, that
Clausen
was
won. There was
probably
some
it.
big bass caught that first day.
Yeah, I think he set the record or something for like biggest bass in a Classic, and then it got broke the next day. But he caught a 10 on that damn spinnerbait. And I remember him hooking that fish, and you could see the fish's like head shake, and it was incredible. But Glenn knows his way around Florida. That's for damn sure.
Are you a big Uncle Frank fan?
Frank Scalish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Frank in doses.
Yeah.
I like real Frank. I don't like Pradco Frank.
Like you don't like Day 4 Frank. You like the
no, I understand why he's there.
Right.
And I would like to sit down and have a beer with Frank.
Yeah. He's likable.
Yes, definitely. He's tons
the
of
only
knowledge.
Thing that slightly irks me is that like he talks so convincing about like, oh, back when I was on Leeds and on Grand and like Gunnersville, and like, let's be honest, Frank didn't exactly catch him on the Elite Series when he wasn't on a Northern swing.
No, for sure.
But he like talks about like all these I listen to Frank when he talks about like up north and the Great Lakes. I listen very carefully. When he talks about Carolina rigging on Gunnersville and like that stuff, I'm like,
you got your ass kicked.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like I enjoy listening to Frank, and I think he's got, he's a seasoned angler that knows tons of shit and forgot more than fucking we will, but I want to know, or I won't not talking about Pradco Frank. But I mean, you can't always get that with, he's got a job to do.
It's the economics of it, right? I mean, like there's the business side of things.
Sure. But,
I like it when the custom paint booth comes out and they got a solid black crankbait. It's like
groundbreaking.
Yeah, like wow.
But got bills to pay. So
yeah. Yeah, I listen to like every single BTL on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and every now and I listen to a Day 4.
Yeah, there's nuggets of info to be had, but you kind of gotta filter through a little bit of stuff.
Guido and Dion, only father-son classic champs. I believe that's correct. There's been other duo, like Chad and Denny both fished classics.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a couple other father-sons that I think have fished classics, but I think those are the only father-son winners.
What's Chad doing these days?
I don't know. He just kind of disappeared. He kind of did his own show a little bit, or him and, they had Brower Bass battles for a while. But once that went away, Chad kind of went away from the fishing scene.
Like Chad's probably one of those guys that has no skin in the game that would tell you like it is.
Yeah, he probably grew up like when he was like 14, hanging around
Dad's
old Ranger.
Talk about dude that's got stories.
18-foot Ranger with a 150 on it. He probably saw some things that would be amazing to hear.
Oh yeah, and he's not like, he shouldn't be worried about like pissing anybody off. Like, who cares?
Yeah. And
I don't know where my glove went.
He did okay. He did. I mean, he was.
Who, Chad?
Tournaments, yeah.
Oh yeah, Chad did good.
He held his own, and then he just kind of got out of it. Smart.
Yeah, he competed a hell of a lot better than a lot of guys have. Like, Chad did good. He could have made a career out of it for sure. And not on his dad's coattail. Like, Chad could catch him.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess he didn't want it.
It's like you think like Michael Bennett might be the smartest man in bass fishing ever.
Made his mill, and
he made $1 million catching a few nice bass on a Lake Murray on a frog and FLW Cup, and 1 year later he's retired. And
yeah, he's like, what's he doing? Like selling real estate or something?
I don't know. He probably invested that money, and he's like, "Yep,
Yeah, I'd like to know what old Bennett's
Our
doing.
Bass Battles was a decent show. Not schooled, but it was decent.
I mean, Brower always interested me because he always like, what was that tournament at what was the one that him and what was it? Was it Eufaula? Where he showed up with the black eye? You remember that?
No.
He showed up to the weigh-in. It was either Eufaula or Arkansas River. And I think he wins, but he shows up with like this damn shiner. And I'm thinking to myself, how the hell does Brower get a black eye?
Oh, you're saying Brower won? Is that the one he was flipping a black? I remember watching flipping a black and blue jig on Eufaula and won a tournament in like some shallow grass.
Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite tournaments of all time.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the one where he had a black eye or not.
But that one's etched in my mind as a child, like watching that one.
Yeah, I heard
how amazing it was.
That was the one that Bink DeSaro was in. I heard he just passed away.
Yeah, I saw that. Travis posted that.
Yeah, but Bink was in that tournament, and that was his rookie season. And I think he was leading it going into day 3, and Brower crushed his inaugural season win. But that's Brower for you. That's what he did best.
Yeah, I think this might be a record stream for length.
Volume?
Length.
Yeah.
Yeah, Biffle's interesting. Like what Ken Duke said the other day, that he's got a combined 5 runners-ups in FLW Cups and Classics, where he was second 5 times.
That's a lot. That is a lot. What is this? I tried talking to Tommy Biffle when I was 16 or 17 and got walked up and interrupted and said, "Tommy, I have hunting timber. You can hunt." That sounds about right. I didn't know, like, I was always kind of under the impression that Biffle was just kind of like flat until I heard him on BTL. Dude's hilarious. Like, yeah. I had no clue that his personality was like so funny.
It doesn't come across on Bass Live.
No, he doesn't come across that he would have that type of personality, but he's very charming and witty. Certainly didn't expect that.
Yeah, all the clips they play him on Bass Live was like, "Get off my fish!" He's
always bitching about something.
Yeah, so I was like, in the boat, Tommy is very like short and brief and to the point, but I guess off the water, Tommy's not. He can have some fun. Cut it
like
up.
I still want to know. There was a tournament. It might have been. I can't remember which one it was. I don't think it was a Mega Bucks, but it might have. No, I think it was ESPN era Bassmasters, and everybody else was like doing Gunnersville stuff, like fishing grass.
Is that the one where he went up that creek with the flooded like?
Yeah, and he is up in like raging rapids, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I've been to Gunnersville a lot. I was thinking to myself, I'm not like intimate with Gunnersville, but I know it decent. And I was thinking, is this guy?
Is Town Creek a thing?
Town Creek is, yeah.
It's in the back. You go back under the bridge, and then it kind of tees and goes to the right and goes back to the left. He went to the left, and it was like pouring in up there.
Was it like rain or was it normal?
I think it was some kind of flood rain situation coming in there.
See, that's what confused me. I was like, where would this be that it would be like raging rapids?
I had to go check that out. Somebody told me about it, and because I remember that I had to go like see what that area was like. But yeah,
that's interesting.
So yeah, way in the back of Town Creek, there's a boat ramp, and then kind of across from the boat ramp, there's a little bridge, and then you go in on the right. You can go maybe like a quarter mile, and it dead ends. But if you go up the left a ways, I guess that creek goes a long ways. And at that time, there was some flood water coming in that creek.
What'd you find?
It was in April. There was no water.
It was a dry bar.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a creek. There was nothing special about it.
Moline Dude, those old FLW tours are so good. Hella, hold on one second. I'm gonna go take a little pee pee.
I will allow it.
Be right back.
The record-breaking HellaBass stream. I knew this was going to happen. I've been wanting to have TK on for a while. He's just like super good dude. Talk to him forever. Like I would love to go down to Alabama and hang out and go fishing for a day with TK, or just hang out in the bait room and watch him do his thing. But so I don't know. Probably won't go too much longer, but still quite a few people hanging in here. Obviously, you guys, a bunch of you are just enjoying hanging out and listening to TK chat. He's a good dude. So, yeah, that was an interesting one. It's a very back then. It was a really weird setup on the river where the Minnesota-Wisconsin channel ran, not down the dead channel. I don't know if you knew that, AJ, but when you're there, when you get up towards the lock, the Minnesota-Wisconsin split actually goes up the channel, the east channel, and not the main river channel. And that's where the confusion, and that's how Polnick didn't realize he was in fact, Minnesota, even though he was on the east side of the main channel, he was still in Minnesota waters, and we had that no culling rule. So that was weird, but the way Biffle caught him was very un-Biffle-like, those smallies. But Danny and Tommy getting a fight in the 98 Classic? Maybe. Danny and Tommy, 98 Classic fight. Yeah, still quite a few people hanging out. We lost most of our Facebook friends, just the hardcore YouTube people here now.
You said your dad is down in Zapata?
Yeah.
Does he fish often?
He's really become more of a crappie angler now, but there was a period of time that he was. He's got my dad. Like he's got a 13 out of Amistad. I'm gonna get the numbers a little bit off, but he's got 5 over 12, like almost 20 over 11, like 50 over 10. Like he's caught some.
So he's not just a casual bass angler.
No, he like when I was a kid, my dad grew up fishing in a bass club.
Right.
Yeah. And so he always fished the Federation, which is now the Bass Nation. But he's made 2 regionals over the years. He won a state tournament in Minnesota. So he was pretty serious. He's pretty solid. He's more of a dragger than I am. He likes to dead stick and slow down, and I'm more of I like to fish a little faster.
Yeah.
But
do you think we'll ever, and correct me if I'm out of place here, but do you think we'll ever see the Federation the way it was in the 90s,
like
80s, like the strength of it to where
it would have to merge again to be that strong?
What's the probability of that?
I don't know, because the TBF, right, which is the one that's aligned with MLF or FLW, but it's not it's still its own business entity,
right?
Whereas Bass Nation is solely owned by Bassmaster. I don't know. There's been some, when MLF first bought FLW, there was talk that we're not honoring this TBF stuff. There was the that same time when Travis and Pangrac didn't go to the Cup.
Oh yeah,
there was talk about they didn't want to honor the Living the Dream package from the TBF either. There was a whole scuttle about that, right? So there was some TBF anglers that got kind of hosed along that same line of those Costa, Everstart, Toyota, whatever it was at the time. But apparently it's still now, because I fished the TBF in Minnesota, and you can still make can you? So I think now you don't go to the Pro Circuit Championship, but if you fish your way up, you can make the Toyota Championship, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And you make the BF. No, you go to the BFL All American, but you used to be able to go to the BFL All American and the FLW Cup. So I think the only way it would happen is that if MLF just kicks TBF to the curb and they've got no home, then maybe they would merge back with Bass. But I don't know.
Man, that would be awesome. Because that was the thing growing up is everybody that fished was fishing Federation. You know what I mean? You didn't just fish to cherry pick a tournament.
Right.
Everybody fished for a reason. And that was to qualify for Federation stuff. But like nobody does that anymore around here hardly. It's all just like you just cherry pick a tournament that you think you can win, and like that's it.
Yeah, I think it's underrated still, but
Yeah, I'd love to see it come back. I would love to be a part of it. But
well, you could fish in a bass club, and
yeah, but I don't feel like it's got the same.
you can still make the classic Bass
Yeah,
Nation.
you can, but I don't think it's got the same buzz around it like it did when I was growing up.
Maybe if you fished it, you might change your mind.
It might. I might need to look into it.
I mean, cool guys like AJ and I fish it, so
yeah, I could meet you dudes down the.
That's what I mean. Like we could
trail.
all fish. Like I wouldn't know AJ if it wasn't for the Bass Nation.
And that to me was the most fun part of like, and I never traveled like far, but I fished like a little bit of like regional stuff, and like that was the most fun to me is like meeting people from like way out of town, and just see like sitting in your boat rigging up, like shooting the shit next to somebody from, Maine.
Yeah. Well,
and they're like looking at your stuff, and they're like, "Do you really fish with that?" And it's like, yeah.
Dude. The first nationals I made, which was in 2014, the guy next to me in the boatyard was John Sukup.
Really?
Yeah.
That dude knows his shit.
And back then, his electronics don't look anything like. I mean, he was like back then. He was like, how deep am I? Let me check here.
He had one 5
in the water,
1.520C in the dash.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, and so yeah, I mean, Paul Mueller won that one that I was at. Trying to remember who else was. Albert Collins was at that one. Rode next to Albert Collins on the bus at that first nationals.
Trying to think. One of my fondest memories of like being on the road, kind of like if you could imagine what it would be like to be like fishing professionally, where you're like staying in hotels, you're traveling, you're like fishing. So I was at the hotel in like somewhere in Tennessee, and I think we might have been in Henderson fishing Old Hickory, and this dude pulls up next to us, and we're at the hotel, and the guy beside us is from Florida. He was like buddies with Terry Seagraves or something, and then the other guy, he was from Alabama, but he's rigging up next to us, and he's in his boat, we're in our boat, and he's like, he's like, "Is that a Texas rig?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You got that sinker pegged?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What'd you peg it with?" I was like, "A toothpick." He's like, "Nah, dude." He's like, "Here." And he flipped me some of these.
Yeah.
Except it was the Eagle Claw yellow, red, and black ones from like the only things that they made in like 2008. And I was like, "What is this?" And he's like, he showed me, he's like, "Pull your line out and put it through the wire and then pull it up." Dude, I thought I was like the biggest badass with my bobber stopper. Like that little bitty stupid piece of rubber. Like I thought was like the most badass like underground thing that I'd ever seen. I'm like, this is the kind of stuff you learn when like you leave your house. You know what I mean? Like this is like years ahead of like when bobber stoppers got like real, where you could buy them everywhere. Like at this time they were still just like for crappie fishermen and stuff like that.
And most of what we were using was like trying to reuse the crappy crappie ones. And
yeah. And so like that to me was like really, really fun, where you like learn like really weird, like off the wall stuff that, the bobber stopper, as dumb as it sounds now, there was a time when a bobber stopper was like innovative technology.
Rich G. Yeah. There's a PVA, which is Paralyzed Veterans of America. And I don't know how you get into it or if they have local fisheries, but every year that I've been at the nationals, there's a representative from the PBA fishing the Bass Nation National Championship. So that's where I would look. I don't know, but I would assume search paralyzed veterans of America fishing, and you should be there. Yeah, and like that kind of stuff, like really, like that's the kind of stuff that like that's what some of my buddies learned about the stupid tube, and brought it back to where my club and my inner circle. When Shad, no, it wasn't Shad Shanks. It was
Terry McWilliams.
No, it was. I mean, I remember watching the stupid tube when Terry McWilliams was on Lay Lake, maybe.
Yeah, he threw it at the little discharge
or the discharge or whatever. But then one of my guys in my club drew another guy from Indiana. I forget his name. He's a pretty good angler. But that guy ended up going on to fish the Watchtower River and made the Classic. I don't remember. The year before I went there. And but that got the stupid tube, because they fished on like Fort Madison, the Mississippi River, and they drew him out, and they were like, "Whoa, this guy crushed me with this stupid tube." And
is the stupid tube still a thing?
Oh yeah, that's
is that something you would fish this year?
Not this trip to the Nationals, but the year before on Lake Vermilion, I predominantly 12 of the 15 fish I weighed in 3 days were on a stupid tube.
Really? That's good. What's your favorite tube?
I think it's I got a big bag of them. I think they're Get Bit Baits tubes out of Wisconsin.
Travis Stearman sent me some. They were snack daddies.
Yeah, I've heard of them. They're good.
Yeah.
It was at Vermilion. It was where that's the one that Schlopper won that one, and I took third or fourth. Jay Shakurit was at that tournament, who's now on the Elite Series. Pat Schlopper was in that tournament on the Elite Series now.
AJ threw a stupid tube.
Yeah. I used to have one rigged up on the shelf here, and I don't know if I still have it laying around here or not. My shelves are starting to look like the tables at TK's place.
Ooh, that's good.
I don't know.
You still adding to them? Are you trying to clear house?
I'm trying. I got bins of stuff over here that I need to clean up
for eBay or for
10 mile swimming worms down to TK.
Ooh, super spot for sure. That's my favorite lipless. I'm not embarrassed to say. Do y'all get a typical grass pre-spawn lipless bite, or did the fish do different things up there?
The bots are in here heavy.
Ooh, the girls and boys video chat's here.
Yeah,
stayed up too late, Hella.
Yep. Started talking about the stupid tube when they came out. I think we would, but here's the thing: our season isn't technically open for that. So we, if you're trying to be legal and not target bass, you're gonna miss that. So, but it happens it's very short. So our lakes go from having ice onto them to 60 degrees in 5, 4, 6 weeks. I mean, it we go from ice to spawn in a month.
Oh, it's quick.
It happens fast.
So they're pre-spawning under the ice.
Yeah. Or when the water comes off the ice, them fish are on that first point, ready outside. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to get a code for that, an affiliate code, Kyle, for the hot girls. So
the freaks come out at night.
I think my mods went to bed already. So
you outlasted them.
Yeah, the marathon stream.
Man, it's easy to talk bass fishing, man. That's the really funny thing. I was thinking about that earlier. I ran it my whole life growing up. I was, obviously into bass fishing, but I was always a little more into it than everybody else. And it wasn't until like later in life to like social media to where you find
Like I could find my freak friends.
I can find my freak friends that like, because like growing up, you could never find that person that wanted to talk bass fishing as much as I did.
Right.
You know
They're
what I
like,
mean? Because
oh, yeah.
eventually your friends would like be into it, but like I could talk bass fishing 24 hours a day. And when you're in like your local little, you know, community of friends, the odds are not everybody's that into it. They're into it, but they're not that into it.
Right.
But then like once you like unearth the social media world and you're like, oh damn, Hella watched all the same stuff I did, and like, but we're not everywhere. But you know what I mean? Like to find people that you can like relate to all this like stuff you've collected in your mind over the years, is fun.
Yeah, I think there's at least 58 of them out there. If there's still 58 people hanging at 3.5 hours strong.
Oh, for sure. It's a small group, but it's a very mighty group. It is a mighty group. Uh, I'd like to, yeah, you know, you wonder like how many more are out there that don't even have like social media.
Old school.
You know, old school guys. They're just like total
You know
geeks.
who's a guy that watches some of my streams and comments a lot is Ed Cowan.
Ed Cowan.
He's from New Jersey. He's
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
he made like, I think 2 classics or maybe 3 through the nation.
Did he have a nickname? Something Ed Cowan?
I'm not sure. I'm sure like within the Ike circle, I'm sure he had a, I don't know if that's like a,
Yeah, that's Daniel just said if I can't be on the water, learning is what I do. That's how like I could never like I could never pacify my like need for like bass fishing stuff.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like there wasn't enough magazines, there weren't enough TV shows, there was never enough for me to consume. Like I'd watch the shows and then like I'd read the magazines, but it eventually you went through it all.
But now YouTube, there you cannot get through it all.
Right now it's just you got to sort through the bullshit to get to actual like decent stuff.
But even like there's even like you even can't even find and watch. I mean, there's even more good stuff than you can consume.
Yeah,
honestly, like
it's just finding it.
Right.
Unless somebody like recommends it to you, you really can't. Because I mean, YouTube doesn't recommend anything good ever. So.
They're always testing you. They're always trying to show you the trending stuff to tempt you away from what you really want to watch.
Yes. Yeah, they don't show you like the shit you subscribe to. They just show you like, you know, something you don't want to see.
They show you what's popular.
Oh yeah, right. That was James River, I think, when Woo was flipping.
Daniel, here's your chance. You can ban them.
Oh, there you go. Look at the girls and boys video.
I hired a new mod, Daniel. This is your chance.
Man, I'd like to meet Lynn Dollar. Why don't you get him on your stream?
That's a good.
And say, hey, do you know the name TK? And they'll say, is he that kid from Alabama that bought all my damn DVDs? Yeah, that's him.
You bought all his like physical DVDs that he uploaded?
Oh, let me show you. So when I was in college, I made a post on Bass Fishing homepage, if you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So I made a post looking for the FLW recording of the M1 on the Mobile Delta. And this guy sends me a message and he says, hey, you need to email this guy named Lynn Dollar. And this was in 2007. So he gives me his email address. I sent him an email. It's over in Oklahoma. I said, hey, Lynn, I'm looking for a tournament. I'm looking for the FLW on Mobile Delta. And he's like, that's the worst tournament they ever filmed. I'm like, okay, well, he's like, I don't even have it. I don't think. He's like, it's so bad. I think I just didn't even I don't even have it anymore. He's like, it's terrible. And I was like, okay, well, I'd still like to have it. And he's like, I was like, hell, do you have this tournament? And he's like, I've got every tournament that Bassmaster aired, with the exception of 2 from like 1982 or 3 to now. I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah. It's like, I'd like to have those. He's like, which one? I said, all of them. He's like, that's over 500 DVDs. Like, name your price. So I scrapped together money and like sold people beer, like overpriced beer, and like anything I could do to like get money. And I eventually saved up enough money to pay for this DVD collection. So here is Lynn Dollars before he uploaded to YouTube. This is all of his Bassmaster DVDs. So he ripped all his VHS tapes and stuff for me on the
Did
DVDs.
he keep copies, or are those the?
No, yeah, he's got copies.
He copied his collection.
He copied his copies.
Okay.
So I don't know. There's a couple hundred DVDs in here.
That's impressive.
Yeah, and I probably watched one of these every night for about 4 or 5 years. When I was single, I would I would go to bed and I would put a Bassmaster DVD in, and I would watch a Bassmaster at night. And I literally
it's already digitized, Daniel.
Yeah, dude, it was so awesome. And
it's already right here.
So then after, I don't know that he's got them all up. Does it show how many uploads he has?
Let's see. We can go to. Is that maybe about?
I don't know if it shows you your upload count. I bet
he hasn't uploaded anything in 3 years, though.
I bet I've got a bunch that he hadn't uploaded.
I don't think he's ever like he's never monetized this channel. I don't think.
That's unfortunate.
Because I think technically it's copyright material, right? So I guess
right. I guess you can't. So after I got all the Bassmasters, like my Bassmaster collection ends in 2008. That was the last time I got a video from.
He's got. This is a good one here. The last one, evidently I've watched a couple of these.
Is that Clear Lake with
Clear
Steve?
Lake.
Yeah. There's Amistad with KVD.
Cal Delta.
That's Cal Delta.
Remitz took second in that one.
That's when he almost won back to back in his
first 2 tournaments ever. He almost won back to back.
That was awesome. But after he burned me all those, I said, "Do you have any FLWs?" And he's like, "Yeah, I've got all of them." It's like, send them on, dude. So he burned me another. But
he never posted any of the FLW. It doesn't look like.
No, I've got all the FLWs here.
You know, that's there's your opportunity.
Nah,
there's no FLW to take action. You should start uploading them.
Not mine to upload. That's Lynn's business. He did all the hard work. All I did was buy them.
How did you like? How old is Lynn?
I'm assuming Lynn has got to be pretty high in age now. I would think he would probably be in his 70s.
Logan says he has 518 uploads.
I probably have 518 DVDs. And there's multiple like shows on each DVD. I'm missing some though. I need to message Lynn and see if I can get like refills on some of my missing ones. But dude, you can only imagine how fun it would be if you roll up to some tournament and I'm next door and you're like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" And you come over and you're shooting the shit and you're like, "Oh, what are you watching?" I'm like, "Oh, this." I'm like, "Where are you from?" "Minnesota." "Oh, you want to go watch so and so on the Mississippi River?" And you're like, yeah." You like,
You want to watch the 1994 top 100s in Minnetonka?
exactly, and be like, "Hey, tell me about this," and you put it in and like geek out on it, dude. We used to have so much fun, like when we'd travel around and like fish and sit in hotel rooms, and I would like bring all my DVD player and like hook it up to the TV and shit.
Now
and
you feel like
there.
you almost got to copy your copy so you can have a set you can travel with, and a copy you got to keep safe.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared about it. Like at least there's some on YouTube, but it's
Or you, well, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to just put them on a hard drive at this point,
no, probably
right?
not.
You could probably go out and buy a $150 hard drive, and they'd all fit on there now.
Yeah, as sad as that is, but that's a like I've never wanted to buy a safe, but that's I would want to have a safe for those.
And if you digitize them, you could just have them looping continuously in your workshop.
Yeah, I've got actually a my TV mounted here. And I've got a DVD player, and I would just feed it.
Yeah, but you have to, if you digitize them, then you could literally just create a playlist, and they would just never stop.
Wow, that would be sickening. I don't even know what I would do. I don't think I've got that in me.
With that many episodes, it'd always be something you would never like, because like it would like.
No, it would bother me though, because I get in the mood for certain ones, and I'll think about it. Like one recently was Keystone Lake, and it was like a Federation Championship.
It was a Bush, yeah, Tad Tackies.
Yeah, and he was so annoying, but
a spinnerbait from Iowa.
Spinnerbait, yeah, and I think Russ Lane might have been in that, and for whatever reason I wanted to watch that tournament, and I put it on. It's one of those like really weird like niche tournament that like nobody watches, but
my dad's cousin fished in that tournament.
Really?
Yeah, he qualified out of Minnesota for that.
Old Thad, he was a goober. Wonder what he's doing.
He didn't last long. He made the Bush shootout. I remember that.
Yeah,
on,
the James River
Table Rock or wherever that was.
Oh yeah, they did Table Rock
because he caught the big bag at Keystone, which wasn't that big, but that qualified him for the Bush shootout.
What was his catchphrase?
Tad?
Yeah. I think it was Yamma Jamma. Does that ring a bell?
I agree. I wasn't a big Tad fan.
I want to say he said Yamma Jamma. It was really annoying. But I'd like to know where Thad is these days.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I mean, he's a neighbor down in Iowa, and I haven't heard his name in a long time.
Yes, he burned out. Too many Yamma Jammas. What we got here? Ooh.
We're creeping on 4. I feel like we might have to call it at about 4 hours.
Probably. That's a long stream.
I don't know how many people. I wonder how the replay.
How long will that take to upload these days?
Well, the replay just like it auto like archives.
Oh, you don't have to like.
I mean, you're a big YouTuber. You know that, TackleKraft.
I really don't.
I mean, like, you've been live streaming for a week now. So,
yeah.
I mean,
seasoned veterano.
Yeah.
I remember when I first got a GoPro and had to like render GoPro footage. Yeah, I was like, yeah, this is not going to work. It would take hours.
Take up a massive amount of hard drive space when you start working with that, shooting in 1080.
I think my first GoPro video, fishing video I posted was in like 2007, 8. And I would have been pretty like early in on the YouTube thing.
I was, but I wasn't committed.
That's what happened to me. It's like I posted like a couple videos, and I was driving down the river, and I went up in this creek, and my suction cup mount GoPro flew in the river. And I was like, holy shit, $200 just flopped into the river. And then when it was time for me to like replace it, I was like, I don't know if I'm there. I don't know if I really want to drop another $200 on that. And it was like I bought a damn Mac to edit all the videos and stuff, and I couldn't make myself.
13 years ago were my first uploads.
13. That's a long time, dude. What were you doing 13 years ago?
Fishing? Well, I mean, I was like,
what was your content? What were you?
So I reposted some underwater stuff. I had a little underwater release of a fish. I did some interviews at a weekend series tournament.
Was that Woo?
No, it's Randy Birch. It does kind of look like Woo though. Smallmouth fall bass fishing. I did some hot pond action in the wintertime.
I'm about to go back and watch these nuggets.
I got some videos of me and Josh Douglas fishing together back then.
Did you grow up around rookie. Josh?
Huh?
Did you grow up around Josh?
Yeah. Or he grew up around me. I'm older than he is, but here's some clips of me fishing a dock at the state tournament at Minnetonka when I got disqualified for tweeting during the tournament. I would have finished second, but I ended up getting disqualified for using social media during the event.
Really?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
But now it's encouraged. I got some poor footage of me like ripping off some press conferences from the Classic in New Orleans.
What year?
2011.
Oh,
the Lake Catawachi. There's Josh.
That was right a really, really, really exciting tournament for me.
Yeah, that's right in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, it was very relatable.
Yeah,
it was very relatable, and to see like what they did was pretty incredible.
9 years ago, I was doing some mods on like how to tame your Alabama rig.
That was good.
Here's a falcon trip with my dad where he caught a couple hogs.
The funny thing about that Catawachi tournament is I had just started painting. Like I was pretty shitty, but I was still okay. And Kevin won on the 09, like the Chartreuse and blackback striking 1.5. And my buddy, my fishing partner, was like, "Can you paint that color?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "If I go buy you 20 of those, can you paint them that color for me?" I was like, "Sure." So I painted them for him. He put them on eBay for $35 and like sold them all the next day. And he's like, "How many more can you paint?" I was like, "I'll paint as many as you want me to, dude." Dude, he was bringing me like baskets full of these stupid KVD 1.5s, and I was painting them chartreuse and black.
Or like,
no, real ones. He would go buy them at like the store.
He would just go buy every color except for black and chartreuse and just have you paint them black and chartreuse
and put them on eBay. And like the dude I couldn't paint them fast enough. It was so stupid. And I was like, "Are people really buying these things that fast?" And he's like, "Yes." And I was like,
"Were you just doing like basically a factory repeat, or were you giving it like a spicy?"
No, it was as plain as you could imagine. It was chartreuse, black scales, black back, like maybe a dot, maybe
nothing special.
No, it was just like Kevin was throwing. And nice. So it really boggled my mind as to the power of winning a tournament like that.
Not, it still does a little bit, but it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's kind of weak. Like you think about like, I feel bad for Hank Cherry, but like nobody gives a shit about Hank Cherry's 2 wins. Like they didn't do shit for the industry. Like I don't think anybody got excited or like rushed out and bought anything.
Yeah, I mean everybody knew that the Megabass 110 was a good jerkbait. So
yeah, it didn't move the needle.
I mean, I guess it kind of played into the Stunna when it finally came out. I'm sure they sold more Stunnas.
Yeah, people were at least had to like name recognition of the bait.
Right.
But I've never. I didn't go buy one, but I didn't go buy a 1.5.
It's a good thing we almost went for ours because Fish for Life would have not been here for the end of it.
Damn, Fish for Life, dragging ass. Must be a West Coaster.
A lot of replay out there for you, buddy. The pit boss.
I've got some pit bosses over there. They tear up too fast. What was that line of baits? Do they still have it? Like the grass pig, they were all part of that
Havoc.
The Havoc series. Is that
they
still
discontinued the Havoc. They relaunched most of the popular ones under Power Bait now, but a lot of people that were like purists like the Havoc. Like
really,
Havoc pit bosses actually sell for pretty good money now on eBay for soft plastics. Like you probably get like $10 a bag from them, and they were like $2.99 back in the day, or something or whatever.
I've got a bunch of those.
We got West Coast. No, Kentucky. Never mind. Not Mount Washington, Kentucky.
I bought my boat now from.
AJ wants to know whether you got the Havoc or the Power Bait ones.
I've got the Havoc ones.
AJ's going to be sliding in your DMs here before the night's over.
Probably. I do have the Havoc pit bosses. Let me see them. They're not out. Actually, hold on.
You can't stupid tube a pit boss, AJ.
Sorry, AJ, they're not they won't be in original packaging, so I can't prove their Havocness. But let's see here.
What's the difference? It's the material of the plastic. So the Havoc was unscented, for the most part, unsalted. It was a high buoyancy.
Yeah, they were very soft.
What's that?
They were very soft. Like they didn't.
They were soft. They tore up. Fairly high buoyant because they didn't have much salt or anything in them. They were cheap. Yeah, I don't know. They caught a lot of fish.
AJ, you want these pieces of junk?
But otherwise, the new ones, they smell like Power Bait. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, these just smell like a petroleum plant.
Yeah, they did literally sell like plastic. Yeah.
AJ,
Tom says that they actually like say Havoc on the bait, like they're molded into it. Maybe not.
This says Berkeley with the no, mine just say Berkeley. I don't see Havoc on them anywhere.
But the Power Bait ones only came out like 2-3 years ago.
Oh yeah, these are way older. These are most certainly Havoc. So AJ
wants the black and blue ones.
And black and blue, I think these are all yours, dude. I got a whole collection of them here. I'll take them out of this little. I got some speed crawls mixed in. I have to take those out. Never mind. I don't have as many Havocs as I thought. There's a lot of filler with speed crawls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's like
7 going to Nebraska.
Congratulations. You have a full pack of Havoc pit bosses.
And I think I've got some more in that Spanish fly color that was like green and purple. But I'll have to dig those up. And I might have some grass pigs.
Speed crowds don't work, and you can't get them everywhere. So,
yep. Why does Zoom keep discontinuing all their good colors?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had an issue with Zoom lately. Every time I go to buy something, it's gone. One of my favorite colors they made was called Electric Shiner, not to be confused with Electric Shad. It was Electric Shiner, and it was almost like a sprayed grass color, but it had way more gold flake in it. Going
I remember you showing that on the IG Live about a year ago.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I've got a whole stack of them over there that are just like the bodies.
You're looking for the fluke?
No, it's actually a speed crawl.
Speed crawl.
Yeah, I need to get my mended out and put them back together. But I got a buddy that's got 30 bags of black and blue. Wow. One short, Travis, that sounds about right. I probably used one of those stupid Havocs, and I was like, this thing tears up too easy. This thing sucks. but they were cheap, so it was okay. Does Berkeley not have a cheap, cost efficient
power bait's not that expensive. I think power baits are like $4 or $5 a bag. I mean, they're not like crazy expensive.
What were these, like $2.99?
Yeah.
Oh, something like that. Well, you ready to go to bed?
Yeah, I feel like we got to go. Well, we got to go 10 more seconds at this point.
Oh, for sure. I thought we were already past it. Heard of Crimson from Japan. They make some amazing soft plastic baits. Their colors I've seen in any other soft plastic. Maybe like
$5.99 now.
Ooh. If you follow Cheap Bass, you could probably find a better deal on those than $5.99.
Or you could use
your code at Omnia.
Yeah, that's right. Like, there's a perfect segue. I should hire you.
There it is. HellaBass Feb 15 HB
15 for all the stuff that TackleKraft doesn't need because he only buys old stuff off eBay and
pretty much, or makes it here.
Is there anything? What's one bait that like is current that you buy or use?
Buy? I honestly couldn't tell you the last thing that is current that I bought. Besides, the last thing I think I bought was that would update me into like the current world is the Owner Jungle flipping hook.
There you go.
Badass hook. Really enjoyed that. But the other thing that I will purchase probably is the Mini Max chatterbait.
I just bought some.
Ooh, how do you like them?
I don't know. I have ice on my water.
Do they look nice though? Do they like?
Yeah, I mean they look like chatterbaits. Like
they don't look junky though. You're like happy with the fit and finish.
It looks good.
That's all that matters.
I haven't took them out of the package yet.
I built my own, but I'd rather just buy them. It was too much of a pain in the ass.
It looks like it's a molded keeper, not a wire keeper.
Omnia has jungle. AJ, shut up, dude. Let me go clean them out first.
They also have these.
Is Omnia local? I don't know much about Omnia.
It's in Minnesota. Yeah.
They have a brick and mortar store?
They have a storefront that you can go in, and they have like limited display, but then they have like 2 monitors, and then you can
kind of like Tackle Warehouse.
Yeah, like it's a real limited front, and then you could like you can order and they'll pick it for you. I don't think they sell skirting material currently, Jason, that I'm aware of. They're in the clearance section. What? Did I miss that on the Cheap Bass post? We gotta check this out.
Yeah, I was gonna look, but I can't. I don't want to.
I know a guy that can help you. Just a second.
They're about to get cleaned out. I'll make a snagless Sally hook with that.
All right, so we're gonna go to the front page.
You can shop by lake.
You can shop by lake. That's their thing.
Is the Mobile Delta on it?
It's probably there. I don't know if anybody's filed a report, but we can check in a second after we look at the bargain bin here.
Ooh, what is that treble?
The Owner Stinger STX 38.
That's a nice hook.
Yeah. There's the Jungle wide gap. Are you looking for the wide gap or are you looking for the straight shank, though?
The straight shank.
Yeah. I guess I did probably see these in here. I do recall that. I thought the straight shanks were in here.
I have to check out those trebles, though. I'm always looking for some trebles. I'm a little bit of a treble hoarder.
$7.49. Is it just it's only the number 2s?
2s are fine. I use a 2s a fair amount.
So a lot of their bargain bin is so they're in a growth mode in their warehouse, And so they've had a lot of stuff where like they've got orders coming, and then like with all the supply chain, they'll get like 3 orders will come in for one size.
Right.
So they'll clear out their overstock. It's not necessarily just like junk they can't sell. It's where they've got too much. They literally can't put it all away because they want to make room for new SKUs. So they clear out like they got way too many of a certain color or something.
Yeah. It's a lot of jigs.
Yeah. It's a Fighting Frogs. Fat Ica in one color. Z-Man original mini Chartreuse. That's not the mini max. That's just the original mini. What was the other thing we were going to look at?
The Mobile Delta, if they have.
We were going to shop.
They can recommend the lake for me.
All right.
That's a pretty impressive feature. That was my favorite feature of Land Big Fish, was when they would tell you the most popular colors that got bought. When I was in the infancy of painting crankbaits and trying to sell baits, I would go there to look at see what people were buying.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So that's one thing I noticed, like on rivers and things, they kind of get a little goofy on what they're. So what is this? That's Negro Lake.
Yeah, that's called.
This is Untitled something. Grand Bay.
Grand Bay, yeah, it's on the causeway.
Justin's Bay.
Yeah.
Untitled.
What does Justin's Bay say?
All right.
That one.
We'll see if it has anything.
Just out of curiosity.
Nobody following it. There are no fishing reports. It says things, yeah.
Interesting.
But it has the feature, so if people wanted to like participate, then it would start to populate and start to.
Well, maybe I'll add stuff to it.
Oh, there's one fishing report for Negro Lake.
Oh, what's it got? War Eagle spinnerbait.
In the spring, L. Belcher fish a falling tide.
Yeah. No shit.
Spring laydowns, largemouth bass spinnerbaits, and he recommends the War Eagle double Colorado blade spinnerbait and golden shiner.
Sounds
Out of
about
stock.
right.
Look, it works.
Dang.
Man.
Moving the needle.
Yeah.
Sold out. Justin's Bay. How about that? That's a pretty cool feature. Pretty cool feature. Who knew?
We went too far. Doesn't always like it when I'm on the live stream, though. Like, sucks too much bandwidth or something. But yeah, there's the Shop by Lake. They got cane koozies. All right.
There's my
Cool.
glove. There's
There
my
you go.
koozie.
All right. We are 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 30 seconds. There are still 50 people watching somehow. Well, it was cool hanging out with you, TK. I've always wanted to get you on.
I really enjoyed it.
I figured we would have no problem finding stuff to talk about fishing.
No.
So I still have to come on and show you the jig worm on your IG Live sometime.
Please do. I'm very interested in it. I've been meaning to go back and look for Fighter's jig worm video, but I don't know anything about
It's
it.
only so much time in a day.
All
yeah.
right. That's right.
All right, get to bed. You got to get up and you got to paint some crankbaits and play with the kids tomorrow and all that.
Yep. Do it all over again.
Oh, and not that anybody's like, I probably am going to be traveling for work, so there may or may not be a stream next week. So,
well.
If not, maybe TK will go live on his Instagram next week and he can fill in for me.
Certainly.
All right, dude. Thanks. As always, here to help you guys catch more big bass and suck less.
Adios.